people pass on, or let's face it, die. I know people shy away from that word, but there it is. The next card is the Star, which is a card of hope and optimism. And that's followed by the Four of Rods, which is a card of happiness and comfort and joy and a happy home. And now here's the card I get frequently with these readings. It's the Ten of Swords. It's somebody who was having a very, very rough time, and the bad times are over, is what that means. So the message that I get here is, we know that you feel close to us. We're very sad, too, that we're apart. But it's a hopeful time because the soul is growing. And that leads to the happiness of Four of Rods. And the Ten of Swords is about the suffering that this particular person, this particular entity went through is over. There was somebody who had a rough time before passing, correct?
Well, my father would have.
Yeah, see, but because that is a card. I mean, sometimes that card is confused as a card of death, but it's not, and it means that the troubles are over. Six of Rods is about success. So this is generally how these readings go. There's an acknowledgement that this person is close to you, the spirit that we've contacted. There's an acknowledgement of great pain and sadness, yours and the other person too. Then there's the card of hope. Then there's cards of happiness. There's a card of this cessation of pain. That's the main thing, followed by success. And here's one I get often too, which is the Ten of Cups, which is perfected happiness. So whoever is sending you this message, the message is very clear that there's sadness here because you're missed, and they know that they're missed, but they want you to know that they're doing okay, and they're growing, and they're happiness. There's happiness there. The Four of Rods and the Ten of Cups are very happy cards. And they all come after the Three of Swords, which is the sad one, which is the sad event is the passing. And everything else after that is happy. That's almost always the way these readings go, by the way. So I'm going to chalk this up as genuine.
Wow.
If you go back to the Ask One Radio archives and listen to any of my shows, you're probably going to hear a similar reading. And this is the way the cards end up going, which is, we're sad, we miss you, we're doing well, though. So it's almost like saying, don't worry. So these are good.
Wow, great.
But the pain is there. There's still, whoever this is still misses you. Let's put it that way. Because of that pain is there, but they're growing. The pain is receding in this little plane. Let me see if I can find one more card that might help out. Because this kind of stuff kind of sticks in my throat. I get a lump, It's just.
Yeah.
This is the Six of Cups. Now that's a fascinating card for this. The Six of Cups is about memory of years gone by. It's a card of nostalgia. It's a card, if we were doing a regular, say like romantic reading, it would refer to maybe somebody from your past coming back into your life. But in this case, we're talking about somebody who was in your life a long time and goes way back with you and has warm feelings for you. That's the Six of Cups. If you can do a search online and see what the Six of Cups looks like in several decks, you'll see it shows two happy children holding each other. Generally, so this is the message I'm seeing, which is it's somebody from your past who you've known for a long time, who was very close to you, who is saddened by being away from you, but is growing as a spirit and is doing well, is in a happy place because the pain and suffering has stopped. Okay?
Okay.
That's
well, thank you.
I hope that helps. It's like I said, these kind of readings almost leave me speechless, because
they're fascinating.
Yeah, and it's
It has
nothing.
been fascinating.
And it's not the kind of thing I ever thought of doing. You know, that's because it's funny that you said you've never had a reading like this. And until I started doing these shows, and it was several years into doing the show before somebody asked me about this. And I said, let's give it a shot, you know, because hey, I'm game, right? And that's where I realized the first thing I got was like, you know, the death card. And that's what happened here too.
Wow.
One more card is the Nine of Coins. That's a person who is at peace and one with themselves. So that's the message I'm getting is that the spirit feels whole. But there's still that sadness of being apart. So that's, you know, everything else is happy. Okay?
Well, great. Well, I understand that when spirits pass over, there's a time of learning supposedly, but there's also a great happiness of like being home, being whole.
Yes, and that's why I find, like I said, you can listen to all the other shows. If you pick one at random, you're probably going to hear another reading like this, and they generally follow that pattern, which is there's love, there's warmth, there's sadness, and then there's happiness. And the sadness, of course, is the separation. I'm personally kind of freaky about death. Like, I don't want to die in my sleep, for instance. You know what I mean? I want to know it's happening. You know, that's so. I'd like to experience it if at all possible, but I'm not quite ready for it now. And I've been very close to death several times in my life, and it's a very eerie feeling. And there's a history in my family that is odd. My mother once went to visit her mother in the hospital when her mother was dying. My grandmother was dying. And my grandmother started yelling at my mother and said, "What's the matter?" She said, "Why are you ignoring your father?" Well, this was in the mid-1970s. And my mother's father died in 1925. And her mother was saying, he's right there, and you're ignoring him. And, you know, this really shook my mother's mind. Now, I'm going to jump ahead, because not that many years ago, I think I may have told this story last week, in fact, so rather than, I'm repeating it, but I'll make it a little more brief, but I guess not everybody listens to every show. A few years back, I was in a cheap dive bar here in Hell's Kitchen, and there was a guy named Joe, and Joe would sit there and get drunk. And every once in a while, he would turn and say something to people that would alarm them. And one day, he turned and said something to me, and the bartender saw me and said, "Oh, Joe just told you something about your family, didn't he?" And I said, "Yes." I mean, Joe just said to me, and I didn't really know this guy, Joe. I mean, he was a guy who got drunk all the time. Said, "Your grandfather's very proud of the work you do." And I said, "Oh, yeah, which grandfather?" And he said, "The German one who used to be a publisher." Now, at the time, my wife and I ran a newspaper. And he said he likes what you're doing with the newspaper. We had made a minor sensation. We were in the New York Times and on television because we had uncovered corruption in local government. So, and, you know, I said, I'm not even sure that my sister knew that my grandfather was our grandfather was the publisher of Vogue in Europe, European Vogue. Like I said, he died in 25, so we never knew him. I mean, I'm not that old, you know. He died well before I was born. But you see, so I'm kind of, it's kind of spooky about this stuff. And a few times I have been at death's door, and not the least of which was in 2013 when the hospital gave me an infection after supposedly, you know, routine surgery. And next thing you know, I'm in a room with like 6 other people. Everybody died, and then they would be replaced. And there was a nurse there who went berserk. She started crying and said, "I didn't sign up for this." And I was the only one who lived through it, because it had been made clear to me that it wasn't time for me to go, which of course I was in a great deal of pain. So God knows I wouldn't have minded going at that point. But, when the time comes, it comes. So I've been close. I've been around death. And to be able to do these readings, it kind of freaks me out a little bit. But I do them. And they follow this pattern. And I have to, I have a jokey answer. When people say, "Do you believe in life after death?" I say, "Of course I do. Where do you think we are?" But I don't know anymore. I'm wondering about it. I suppose there's so much evidence.
It's good to wonder.
Yeah.
And ponder. It really truly is. That's how you grow too.
Yes. Yeah. That's and growth. Each growth is, in a way, each bit of growth we do is like a death of an older version of us, I suppose. And it's just,
yes.
I have a lot of memories, by the way, which always confused my family. I have memories from things that I'm not supposed to have remembered. Like we would sit and watch movies on television when I was little, and if it took place like in the 1920s or something, and I would say, as a child, I would say that didn't happen that way, and it would freak them out. I have no idea how I knew what it was, but now the question is, this gets into Rupert Sheldrake, a great scientist who I've stuff about him at my webpage, magic-works.com, my website. That memory is outside of the brain. Memory is not in the brain. He believes that there's a morphic resonance, and that's where memory lies, and we just tap into that. There's a lot to say in favor of that, because there's a lot of times we know things that we shouldn't know. It's like we're picking up somebody else's memories. So I'm just wondering where these come from. But the cards are a tool, and they show me the same thing so often that I believe me, I'm not a card manipulator. If I was, I'd be in Las Vegas instead of doing this. I have no idea why it keeps happening, but it happens. So, that may be the subject of another book for me. I don't know. I might give it a shot. Well, I better run. I've got to take a couple of more calls here. Like I said, I've been... Okay,
well, hey, Merry Christmas, and...
Thank you. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Let's get to New York.
Yeah, from Alaska to New York. Bye-bye now. And let's shuffle them up. New Year's a good time for me because my birthday is a few days afterwards. So I get to celebrate a lot. We're all shuffled up. And Purvi, right here in New York City, is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi. Thank you.
Hi. My pleasure. How are you tonight?
I'm okay.
Well, maybe we can make that a little better. Let's see. I'm doing okay. I've missed so many shows because I was ill that I just chatter a lot now, so I'm trying to restrain myself. But it's so great to be. I get such a burst of energy from the radio audience and talking that. Man, something. Maybe I should have done the show while I was sick. It might have made me less sick. I don't know. So let's get right to your reading before I chew your ear off with the nonstop talk. How's that? What would you like to look at?
I would like to look at my love life.
Okay. Let's see if I can shuffle that up and see what we get. Interesting. Right now you're in a pause. There's a pause here. That's the Four of Swords. Four of Swords is like nothing much happening, really, but you're going to enter a period.
Yeah.
I'm going to say this as delicately as I can. You're going to enter a period of great sensual delight, okay? Because that's the Nine of Cups.
A period of what?
Great sensual delights.
Okay.
I mean, all kinds of, enjoying all kinds of good pleasures, and I mean, it's a very good sign. I mean, there's only one warning, which is that people are going to be envious of you. That's not terrible, but it's just you're entering a period of great, almost luxury, and exciting feelings and romance and you know it's I'm trying to keep this as decent as possible and success. You know, it's going to be a very good period for you. I mean, you're going to go from a period of the Four of Swords, which is nothing happening really, just waiting and waiting for something to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised to hear that because I feel like I've been waiting forever.
Well, according to this, you know, that waiting period may be coming to an end because there's a lot of like here's the Four of Rods, which is about happiness and joy, and there's just the card of the Sun, which is health and growth and healing and happiness. It's a very bright time, you know, like the Four of Swords. The period of waiting is kind of dark, but there's a bright time coming for you. Now, here's something that's interesting. There's somebody who's interested in you. This is how I always interpret that card. The Four of Cups. It shows a person looking at three cups and doesn't notice a fourth cup off to the side, being handed out from a cloud, which means it's mysterious. You know, then that generally means there's somebody who's interested in you, but that person hasn't made these feelings known yet. So keep an eye out. There may be somebody around you who's just a little shy, you know, but see, now, here it is. Here's again the Ace of Cups. That's the beginning of romance, happiness, joy. All these cards show me that there's a period of great enjoyment and happiness coming your way shortly. Because I've got the Eight of Rods here, which means it's on the way. So this all comes after that card about waiting. So that waiting period is about to end. That's the way I look at it. I mean, these are all really good, happy, solid cards. And the thing is, there's a preponderance of cups, and cups are about the heart and emotions, and that should be good for you.
Well, I just have waited so long that I am seriously concerned about, fertility.
Yeah, well, let me see what I can show you. There's cards for that too, you know, which is like, okay, this is a little bit of this is pushing it along. Okay, the Page of Cups is the same thing. The Page of Cups is the appearance. It's not theoretical. Like if it was the Knight of Cups, it would be a theoretical thing. The Page it's right here. It's down to earth. It's real. The Empress, you know, believe it or not, that's the card I was hoping to find. The Empress is a card of fertility. Now, if you look at many tarot decks, you'll see it shows a woman surrounded by fruit and vegetables, and wheat. This is all about making things grow. It's a card of fertility. It's a card that a lot of people don't want to see, by the way. But you mentioned that, and there it is. Now, the Three of Cups is here, which is also a card. Cups again. All these cards are about romance and emotions and feelings. The Three of Cups traditionally indicates in this kind of a reading that it's somebody you're going to meet through friends.
Oh, okay.
So, but keep an eye because I'm sure that there's somebody around you who's interested and hasn't let you know yet. So,
well, my problem is I don't ever feel drawn to or interested in anyone. I feel like I'm not in a place where I'm allowed to grow.
What is stopping you, do you think?
No, I mean with the person.
Oh, okay. Well, you know, it can be hit and miss. I mean, I was married once, and it didn't even last 2 years. Married again, and we're heading into 40 years now. You know, so you keep trying. You know, I've either developed a severe lack of curiosity, or we hit it off very well. You know, so who knows? But. You see, now, here you go. The High Priestess is here. That's an interesting card. That shows that you're a person of deep intuition, feeling, spiritual depth, And I think that card then showing up now is telling me to let you know that you should trust your feelings and don't, if you don't feel drawn, then you're not, right? So I just think that this I'm almost speechless because this next card is about what I was going to say. The next card fits in with what you want. The next card is the Ten of Cups. That's about happiness in a home, and it shows people with children, and everybody. It shows you're going to attain that. When the time comes, you'll attain it. Okay. But I think. Go ahead.
No, so you can finish.
No, the period of waiting is coming to an end. Is the way I see it. In fact, the
it's
tower.
Interesting.
Yeah, I have the tower struck by lightning here, which means it could end fast. And now here's the star. The star is also another card of fragility. It's about hope and optimism, but it shows a little bird in a branch in a tree, and that is generally believed to be representative of the soul of the child about to be born. So there are two cards here showing fertility, and many cards showing happiness. It's coming your way. It's just taking longer than you want, obviously, but it's coming your way, okay?
Well, I think that it's interesting that you mentioned home, because that has been, it's a long story. I won't go into all the details, but that's been a very, like kind of the bane of my existence. I feel like it almost feels like my life is just survival mode. I'm surviving and that's it.
Well, I see that changing. Do me a favor, because I've got to run and I need to try to get in another call, but go to askoneradio.com tomorrow or anytime after tomorrow, and listen to this call. And listen and picture the cards, because I'm telling you, this is what you're looking for is coming. Okay? I mean, I've got it right here again, which is the Ten of Coins, which is all about that.
Okay.
The Ten of Coins is about it. Okay, so I've got to run.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much.
Bye now. And Julie in Apache Junction, Arizona is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliott.
Hi there.
Hi, Julie. Let's see if we can get you in here. We've got a few minutes left. What can I look at for you?
Relationship.
Okay. Let's shuffle them up. Oh boy. Are you married? Because if not, you're going to be.
Yes.
How's that?
I
Are
am.
you married?
I am.
Okay.
Yes.
That's the first thing the cards, because it's kind of odd when there's a reading and they want to know about relationship, and I say, oh, you got a great relationship coming your way, and I find out the person's married. But the card I got is the Hierophant, which is a card of marriage, which tells me that you're in a relationship now, in a marriage. The Sun is here. That's a card of healing and health and growth. Have there been things that you had to work out in this marriage that have been like...
Somewhat, yes.
Yeah, well, this is telling me, and that's followed, by the way, by the Three of Swords, which is a card of sadness. So what I'm getting is that there have been some problems in the marriage. There's a good chance it'll work out. The High Priestess is here, which I just had for the previous caller, which indicates a very spiritual and intuitive person. So you know what's going on. You feel it, and you should go with your feelings. But what I'm seeing is that there's your relationship is entering. I just think that this. I'm almost speechless because this next card is about what I was going to say. The next card fits in with what you want. The next card is the Ten of Cups. That's about happiness in a home, and it shows people with children, and everybody. It shows you're going to attain that. When the time comes, you'll attain it. Okay? But I think... Go ahead.
No, so you can finish.
No, the period of waiting is coming to an end. Is the way I see it. In fact, the
It's
tower.
interesting.
Yeah, I have the tower struck by lightning here, which means it could end fast. And here's the star. The star is also another card of fertility. It's about hope and optimism, but it shows a little bird in a branch in a tree, and that is generally believed to be representative of the soul of the child about to be born. So there are two cards here showing fertility, and many cards showing happiness. It's coming your way. It's just taking longer than you want, obviously, but it's coming your way, okay?
Well, I think that it's interesting that you mentioned home, because that has been, it's a long story. I won't go into all the details, but that's been a very, like kind of the bane of my existence. I feel like it almost feels like my life is just survival mode. I'm surviving, and that's it.
Well, I see that changing. Do me a favor, because I've got to run, and I need to try to get in another call. But go to askoneradio.com tomorrow, or anytime after tomorrow, and listen to this call. And listen and picture the cards, because I'm telling you, this is what you're looking for is coming. Okay? I mean, I've got it right here again, which is the 10 of coins, which is all about that.
Okay.
The 10 of coins is about it. Okay? So I've got to run.
Okay.
Okay?
All right. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye now. And Julie in Apache Junction, Arizona is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliott.
Hi there.
Hi, Julie. Let's see if we can get you in here. We've got a few minutes left. What can I look at for you?
Relationship.
Okay. Let's shuffle them up. Oh boy. Are you married? Because if not, you're going to be.
Yes.
How's that?
I am.
You married?
I am.
Okay.
Yes.
That's the first thing the cards, because it's kind of odd when there's a reading and they want to know about relationship, and I say, oh, you got a great relationship coming your way, and I find out the person's married. But the card I got is the Hierophant, which is a card of marriage, which tells me that you're in a relationship now, in a marriage. The Sun is here. That's a card of healing and health and growth. Have there been things that you had to work out in this marriage that have been like...
Somewhat, yes.
Yeah, well, this is telling me, and that's followed, by the way, by the Three of Swords, which is a card of sadness. So what I'm getting is that there have been some problems in the marriage. There's a good chance it'll work out. The High Priestess is here, which I just had for the previous caller, which indicates a very spiritual and intuitive person. So you know what's going on. You feel it, and you should go with your feelings. But what I'm seeing is that your relationship is entering a new phase. The Six of Swords is here. That's getting from where you are to where you want to be. You don't have to tell us what that phase is. Whatever, there's something you want, and you're going to go after it, and you're going to get it. That's the way I see it.
Awesome.
The Ten of Swords is here. The Ten of Swords means that the bad times are over. It looks to me like you're working your way through it. Whatever way this goes, it's going to be best for you. How's that?
Okay. Sounds good.
You see, the Death card is here, which doesn't mean you're going to die. It just means that the one phase of your life is coming to a close and another phase is beginning, which is why I say there's changes coming. And that's followed by the Six of Swords, which tells me that the change that's coming is the change that you want. And it's a change that you actively want and are working toward. So whatever, like I said, you don't have to get too personal with everybody listening. But what I'm seeing here is you know what you want. You're working on getting it. Here's the Three of Rods, which is waiting for results. And you're very spiritual, because that not just the High Priestess, but I have the Magician card here. And of course the Hierophant, which is the card that led me to believe that you were married, which was, that's also a spiritual thing. So there's a lot at work at play here. It's not a simple situation, but you're going to get what you want, and you're working at it, and it's showing up. Okay?
Awesome.
I will light a
Thank
candle.
you.
I'll light a white candle after the show to send you some positive energy. How's that?
That would be amazing.
Okay, I'll do that. I've got to run now.
Okay.
Hey,
Thank you for taking my call.
my pleasure. Bye-bye now.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
And folks, that's it. You've come to the end of Reverend Elliott's Magical Window, year 11. We've just rounded off year 11, and we will be back next week with the beginning of year 12. I hope I sound like I'm a 12-year-old. I don't know what that means, but gosh, it's been so long since I've started doing this that I get edgy when I don't do it. And I get so much energy doing it, and I hope it comes across that I really enjoy our time together, or I wouldn't have been doing it all these years. Gosh, hey, Dave sent me a message here, said if the producer, if this was high school, I'd be a senior now. You see, I knew one day I'd be a senior. It's not like my Social Security check doesn't tell me that every dang month, I'm a crotchety old man. Jeepers creepers. I'm completely a senior, huh? I'm old, let's face it. I mean, I was born old. Let me put it that way. I mean, I'm old at heart. And like that's what I'm saying. I'm convinced I was here in the 1920s and the teens. One day I'll tell you how I was injured in World War I. Long before I was born this time around. But that, as they say, is for another day, and maybe even for another book. But until we meet again, I just want to remind you, my website is magic-works.com, MHICK-works.com. And that has 103 or 4 pages of fascinating stuff. mojoacademy.org. There's a book there that will change your life. And seriously think you might want to consider one of those books there. There's loads.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for the Universal Mechanic with Simon Stone. Live from the universalmechanic.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Universal Mechanic on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, well and all. Depending where you are in the world, good morning. In this new year, my first show of the new year. Hope we're all well. It's been one hell of a turbulent holiday season for us all, I think, with the energies, especially with Mercury in retrograde, taking us back to November and reliving a bit and doing, changing it and just bringing up stuff of old and old patterns and karmic cycles, and it caused a lot of disruption, I think, amongst a lot of people, myself included. But as we stride into this new year, guys, Mercury is now direct. It's going to be a phase of reflection to learn the lessons of what was brought up, to proceed with and wonder how to move forward. But one thing I will say, guys, is only you know the answer for your life. You know, if something doesn't sit right with you, then something isn't right. And you have to be honest and true to you. No matter what the disruption it causes, no matter how many people may disagree, there's that moment where you'll just feel and you'll just know. Just a feeling deep down inside your own soul talking to you, whether it's good or whether it's bad. And if you have that sick, sinking feeling that's with you all the time and it feels like there's a lead weight in the bottom of your stomach, then you have to deal with that. Something isn't right. And that's being true to yourself, because when you clear those energies, you clear those fears, you clear those past traumas, you learn those learned behaviors and patterns, and you remove them one by one, and you move forward, and you feel brighter, you unload yourself, you unburden yourself. But there's always a moment where you need to just give yourself a review. How do you feel to you? Do you feel happy? Do you feel sad? Is there something not quite right? Is there an energy deep inside of you? Then you have to face it. Ask yourself what that question, and you know the answer. You know why. So spend these next few days and these next few weeks reflecting on you. What lessons you need to learn, you know what they'll be. Your own soul and your own stomach, your own intuition will tell you. Believe in you. Believe in what you get and follow that. But never forget to have humility and gratitude. And even bad things can happen for the right reasons. Bad things can happen to make good things come out of them. But find out what's true to you. Find out what makes you happy. And you can't be that. So be yourself. Go out in the rain. Go out in the sun. Get yourself out, taking the deep breath of that fresh air. And as you do so, connect to that nature, connect to that feeling, connect to that energy. Ask it to fulfill you. We all have painful lessons to learn in this life. And we all have painful moments that may not be our fault, maybe other reason we may not know everything that's going on. But we have to be kind to ourselves. We have to believe in who we are. So when the chips are down and the cards are down and time is hard, have those moments to be kind to you. Spend a few days, cry, get it out of you, make sense of it. But be aware of your own actions on others. Stay true, stay honest, have integrity, and always be honest. Always stay in that positive, and things will work out how they're supposed to. Sorry for ranting again, guys and ladies and gents, but I have Adam on online. Are you there, Adam, mate?
Yes, I'm here.
How are you doing, Adam?
I'm doing good.
How was your holidays?
Very good for the most part.
Yeah? What can I ask? What can I do for you, mate?
I'm curious about my girlfriend and my relationship with her, future-wise.
Can I ask? As soon as obviously, because of the question you asked, I get an extreme sense of doubt coming from you, and you feel like you're standing on unsafe ground, as though the ground could collapse at any moment from underneath you.
Yes.
I'm going to be honest with you, Adam, and this is coming from spirit, and spirit are working and changing and changing how they work with people and how things happen, and life is changing for a lot of people. And it's almost like there's a readjustment of energies, and there's going to be a period of time for the next 2 weeks for you in particular, that as hard as it's going to be, you need to have some time to reflect on yourself and what you actually want, and whether what your girlfriend wants or needs is actually the same as what you want and need. And
gotcha.
If it is, you've got a big heart, haven't you, Adam?
Yes, I do.
And you feel, and you're sensitive.
Mm-hmm.
You need to know that's not wrong. You need to know that having a big heart and being sensitive to emotions and other people's energies is not your fault. You're just trying to make sense of how you feel and what you're thinking.
Mm-hmm.
And the first thing you need to do is to stop beating yourself up in your mind.
I do that a lot.
I know you do.
And it's kind of ironic because I went over to a friend's place just a few minutes ago because I completely forgot that I requested this. And it's one of those, a spiritual person showed up that's friends with the friends that I'm with, and straight told me that there's a lot of negative within me. And if I don't lose my ex, that I'm going to lose the girl that I'm currently with.
This is what I'm saying. You need to remove some things from you. It's more you need to decide what it is you want. We can talk about exes, we can talk about currents, and we can talk about futures. But think about it. Think about it on a soul level, on an emotional level, on a moral level. You may not be physically talking to your ex or meeting her or anything else, but your mind is elsewhere. And you're with somebody else, and you're with somebody else that believes one thing, who doesn't understand what's going through your mind. Now, I'm not saying that makes you a bad person. I'm not saying it makes you a good person. What I'm saying is neutral. Everything, energy is neutral. It's neither bad nor good. It's what we do with it that makes it bad or good. So you have a choice.
And I've always felt that way too.
Okay, so you're in a point, Adam, then, where you have a choice. And I think to do the honourable, integral thing is to decide what it is you want and be fair and true to those around you. Even if it causes pain or heartache to somebody, at least it's the truth. And if you stick to the truth and you stick to the positive, then things will work out okay for everybody, because then that's how things are meant to be.
Yeah.
All the time, there's shadows or not entire truths are being told, even if it's just thoughts and feelings. When people hold back and things, again, that doesn't make them bad people. But other people will pick up on the fact that not everything is correct. And then it causes disruption in other parts of your life. But when you follow the train back and you follow the steps back, and you think, in actual fact, Jordan Peterson says this in one of his YouTube videos. When something happens to us, we stand there and we go, why has this happened to me? I don't understand why this has happened to me. And I do the same. But then
Human nature.
I have to learn to go, right, okay, why did this happen to me? And I follow the trail back. Well, so this happened to me, and then I follow the trail back. Oh, it wasn't because of that. No, keep going. What could have? Oh, it's because of this, something that happened here. And 9 times out of 10, it's something that we've done. So all I'm saying, Adam, is be clear, find the clarity. This is what I think is going to happen to a lot of us in the next week or two anyway. We're going to start having clarity with difficulties that we have in our life. So spend the next couple of weeks in your own mind and in your own heart and deciding what it is you want, not just in a partner or what partner you want, but what it is you want in your life. Who is it you want to be?
Gotcha.
Does that make sense to you, Adam?
Yes, it does. Oh, it makes a lot of sense.
I've got a gentleman. I'm going to say, Adam, I've got a gentleman with me. I know it's a cliche because you're from Missouri, but I've got a gentleman that's all dressed up in camo gear and he's going duck hunting.
Mm.
Would that relate? Can you understand why I'm seeing a gentleman like that in spirit?
Possibility my dad.
Okay. I do feel that he is now.
But it's one of those, I don't see him duck hunting. But I would say my grandpa on my mom's side.
Okay.
He used to duck hunt.
He is an older gentleman. He has got quite a big moustache.
Mm-hmm.
He's got quite a large moustache, actually. It's not a thin one or whatever. It's quite a juicy one. But he's standing here and he's saying you need to. I think this is more than just about relationships for you. It's almost like he's saying you need to clarify your own mind and what it is you want to do. Not just with relationships, with life. It's almost like you're at a crossroads and you're not sure where to turn or what to do.
And that is true because I do have 4 kids. 1 lives in Ohio, 3 live 30 minutes away from me, and I have no vehicle to go see them. Christmas just rolled around, Thanksgiving just rolled around, and I was alone. So I can relate to that a lot.
You need to take charge, Adam. Stand up on your own 2 feet. And I mean that nicely, and I mean that with immense love. I understand. I spent Christmas Day on my own, and that's okay.
And it's kind of even 10 times worse as I did lose my dad 2 days before Father's Day.
I'm so sorry to hear that, my friend.
It's one of those bad relationships, but as an adult, I tried to reconcile to the best of my ability.
And you got nothing left to give, no?
Mm-hmm.
Then there is one thing that's left that you can do. And I'm going to be honest with you, Spirit have an amazing way of synchronizing things because it's a lesson that I've had to learn over the last couple of weeks.
And that's kind of ironic because I do believe in angel numbers. When I moved here in Hannibal, I lived on 7th Street, apartment 7 at 313. 3 plus 1 plus 3 equals 7.
But
now I'm living at 111. Now I'm living at a different residency of 111.
I understand, but what I'm saying is, I understand where you're at and what I'm being shown by Spirit. There is one thing left you can do. There is one thing left you can do.
And let's stand up.
Love yourself.
It's kind of what I was getting at. Basically, stand up and love myself.
Yeah, love yourself, mate. Be kind to you. People Don't get me wrong. People don't do things to hurt other people. People do things because it's the best that they think or they feel that they need to do in that moment.
Yeah.
Very rarely do people be malicious or vicious or whatever. People
And
do.
that's where it kind of comes into play with my dad. He was abusive towards me, but I'm not abusive.
Exactly. You chose.
I don't like being abusive.
Exactly. So you chose to do something different. So choose to do something different this time.
Exactly.
Spend the next couple of weeks loving yourself, clarifying what it is you want in your life.
Thank you.
Okay? I do feel Spirit will be around you, and you're going to have plenty of opportunities in the next couple of weeks that's going to give you time to reflect on what you want. But I do need to move on, Adam. I do apologize.
That's perfect. That's perfectly fine, man. I do understand, and I do appreciate it. Thank you very much.
You're more welcome, Adam, and things always happen for a reason, dude.
Oh, of course. That's why I used to call this in quite a lot in the past, and it just by chance randomly popped up on my Facebook like, hey, one free reading. Like, okay, I'll give it a shot. It's been a while. So I do very much appreciate this.
You're welcome, mate. Believe in you, yeah?
Blessed be.
Take care. Okay. See, I'll come to the next call in just a second. Everybody's dealing with things. And the next couple of weeks with Mercury direct, reflect, find that clarity, go with the flow. We're in Capricorn season. Go with the flow. I do understand it's lessons I've had to learn. It's lessons I still have to learn. But you have to go with what's right with you and for you. Okay, Evelyn in Tupelo in Mississippi. You there, Evelyn?
Yes, sir, I am.
How you doing, Evelyn?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. How was your holidays?
It was well. Glad it's over with, the big rush of it.
Can I instantly, darling, as I speak to you and I hear your voice, I just get this rush and sense of you've got a very big connection with Spirit, and I would even say, faith and Jesus, and I feel there's a definite connection there, strength. I feel love, just you as a person. Before we move on, but I just feel you're such a warm, loving soul. Would you understand that?
Yes, sir, I do.
It's almost, I don't know your age, so I do apologise if I get this wrong, but it's almost like you've got that lovely grandmother, come here, I'll make it all better type energy around you. But I also will admit, I do feel a sense of sadness around you. Is that right as well, darling?
Yes, it is. Very, very accurate.
There was nothing you could do, sweetheart.
Are you there?
Yeah, I am here. Sorry, darling. No, I was just connecting with Spirit. There was nothing you could do. I feel your heart broken in some way. I feel a real
yes,
sense
I am.
of... And I feel, and I see, I don't know if it's you, but I see a lady sat by a window just looking out, just wondering, what did I do? What went wrong?
Yep.
Now, it's a cliche, darling, but I'm being told there is an angel standing behind you. When you're standing when you're sat on the chair at the window just looking out, or whenever you sat in quiet contemplation, there's an angel with you. And I know it's a cliche and all that, but there's genuinely a bright light being angel with you. They got their hand on your shoulder. And I'm being told there was a moment 2 days ago, you had a physical, spiritual experience. You felt something. And that was an angel. In actual fact, I'm being shown it was a lady letting you know that they were with you.
Okay.
And they say they see you.
I don't know if it's my mom or who it is.
I'm just seeing a lady, darling. I don't know if it's spirit or if it's just a female spirit, but they're just someone's letting me. They are with you. Why has someone just shouted to me okra?
Okra.
Okra, yeah.
Mhm.
Who liked okra? Or who's okra for eating okra?
What? Well, my mom did.
Well, I think it's your mum I got with me then, darling, because I just heard she just shouted to me okra, and I'm seeing okra, and someone used to like eating okra. So it's that lady, darling.
Okay.
Who's the lady that wore something white on her head when she was in the kitchen?
Hmm. I don't know who that person is. It's another lady coming to my mind named Viola.
Okay, no, but who was known for working in kitchens?
Hmm. Hmm. I can't recall anyone right now.
No, hang on, I'm going to change that. I do apologise. Right, what's coming up where there's going to be lots of people and cooking, there's going to be lots of people getting together, or there has been, but I see like a gathering and lots of people coming together. I know we just had Christmas, but I feel it may be coming up in January. And I'm getting cookout. If it's not January, it's June or July, but I see lots of people coming together for a reason, and there's going to be an occasion where people come together that haven't come together in a long time. Would you understand about building bridges as well? That some bridges
kind
need to
of
be.
sort of, but yeah, I do.
I feel that will start to happen about March to May time, April, May time. I think things will start to thaw out and some bridges will start to be mended. I'm being shown.
That's good.
I do feel
in our family.
Yeah, I feel that there's going to be a coming together of people. And with the food reference to kitchens and all that, I feel that, later on in the year, that there will be some kind of get together where there'll be lots of people where, cooking and all that will be done. But I feel that Spirit are going to slowly start to try and bring people back together. Don't get me wrong, there's going to be some resistance from one or two people. But I've just been told I feel you're going to be instrumental in it as well, Evelyn.
Okay.
Because you'll do it with love and you'll do it for love.
Yeah.
Don't ever stop what you're doing, I'm being told. You're not wrong. You're getting resistance against something. You're trying to drive home a point. You're trying to get across a situation, a point or something as well. Someone's not agreeing with you and it feels like, and they're saying, no, don't change what you're saying is correct. Don't change who you are.
Yeah.
And she's just given me a little, I'm seeing it's either a little ruby or a red stone or something that's red.
I don't know who that could possibly be.
It could be a piece of jewelry or a brooch or something, but I'm seeing something red and it does look like a ruby or something that sparkles and it's red. Bear it in mind. If you can't think of it, don't worry about it, but keep it in mind. It may come apparent or you'll remember why or whatever, but just remember that something round and red that looks like a ruby. And she's saying you'll know when you'll see it.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
She's saying you're gonna Right, okay, I got it, my love. She's saying you're going to belly laugh again. Are you known for your big laugh?
Oh, yeah, probably.
And would you understand that you haven't felt that energy to laugh like that in a little while?
No, I haven't. Been very few in between.
I'm seeing clouds parting and then the sun's rays come out and the sun comes out and I'm hearing laughter. And she's saying you will laugh like that again.
Yes.
She's just got a lot of love for you. She's also really proud of you as well with how you've held yourself recently.
I've been trying.
I'm sure it has been trying, but she's saying you've bitten your tongue a few times and you've held back, but you've held yourself together, and she's really proud of you for that. And she's showing me that you will be the one that's instrumental to, bringing these people back together and all that. But Evelyn, I wish you well. She's got so much love for you. She really, really has. But I need to pull away because the show's about to end. So I wish you all the love in the world, and stay strong and know that you're not wrong.
All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
You're more than welcome, Evelyn, and hopefully I'll speak to you again soon. You take care.
All right. Thank you. You as well.
No problem, darling. See, there you go, guys. Another confirmation. Everyone's dealing with something. So just say hello with a smile on your face. Give a smile to a stranger. Buy someone a cup of coffee. I understand everyone's dealing with their own battles and their own lives. So you all take care, and I wish you well and have a great new year. Namaste.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny with Eleanor Gray. Eleanor Gray. Live from GraceDestiny.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Well, hello there. Hi, and Merry Christmas to you. We've got the amber crystal ball here that we're going to use to connect through to your lives and see what's in your future. And we have the candle. I said to you last week that we would be using the candle live to connect through to spirit, those loved ones in spirit that we miss at Christmas time, times like this. So we're going to be experimenting a little bit and asking you to look into the candlelight, if you can see that there. Think about your loved one who's passed over. Maybe it's a mum or a dad or a grandparent, close friend, or family member, auntie, uncle, but have a little think about that particular person who's special to you and look at the candle flame. Think about your particular spirit and make a wish. Just make a wish. Silently to yourself or out loud, doesn't matter, but make a wish. I'm going to make a wish for lots of peace and happiness, as we all want, and abundance here in the new year, and our dreams to come true, but also making a wish for spirit to come through to us, maybe in our dreams, perhaps as a sign. Maybe we can look for a sign. And in the next few days before we reach the new year, that veil gets very thin. So expect a message, expect a signal, expect to have something a little bit more special in your life. And make a wish yourself for your future and for your loved one in spirit to come forward. So I'm going to put the candle down because we're also going to be using some cards. And of course, my crystal ball, which is fabulous. This one here is the rose. It's not the rose quartz this time. I use the rose quartz. This one is amber. It's all about prosperity, citrine, those lovely shades of honey. And this is what I use at psychic events because this is a honey crystal. So when we look into the honey crystal, you will be able to see lots and lots of different inclusions. Let me show you just there. I wonder if you can see all of those inclusions right in the center of that honey shade. And when we look into the crystal, we're looking for a symbol, really. It could be a universal symbol like a star or a moon. And it could also be an initial. Last week we had V, and lo and behold, we had Vanessa that came through. And at this time, I want you to think about yourself and think about all of the things that you want to see happen in your life. Make a wish too onto the crystal ball. We'll come back to that in a little while. Well, I hope you've all enjoyed Christmas as much as I have. It's been a fabulous time with family and friends gathering together and just sharing some special moments. We don't often have time to do that, do we? But here is the selection of cards that I'm going to use here. And this I use in my readings, which are email readings, and also live readings with you, which we can do on Skype or on FaceTime or on WhatsApp video. We can do those different methods to be able to get that connection between you and me. So it's just the same, really, as you being right in front of me. Same applies with emails as well. These are my Victorian cards. I often use these because they really do hold very, very nice pictures here of everything from the past centuries that we've all lived through, to see if there's any recognition, I think, from that sort of lifestyle to today's lifestyle. So it's really quite a reflection of everything that has gone by, but still, very importantly, bringing in all of those treasured aspects of human frailty. We're all very soft and mushy, as well as being hard and confrontational. We've got all of the different elements of being a human being shown here. And we use these as clairvoyants and mediums as a trigger. Just going to shuffle these cards now. And we use them as a trigger really to bring in that very different opposition, which is the opposition of what is in our reality today and what is going to happen in that future pathway that I'm looking for in your cards, in the connection to you, and also in your crystal ball. So we see it. We use all of these different triggers. And now that you've made your wish, I want you to think about that wish over the next few evenings, just before you go to sleep at night, and watch for your dreams. Maybe make a few notes of what's going on in your dreams, because I do feel that there's going to be messages that come to you and some very, very special opportunities as well that maybe you want to grab a hold of. So when we get that sense of odd dreams or waking at night, usually it's that message from spirit that's coming through. Maybe angels, maybe some loved ones. Perhaps it's your own dreams about who you want to be and what you want to do next, and who is the most important person to you in this world. So do think long and hard about spirit just before you go to sleep in the next week. You can always message us here at A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV, because what you can do is let us know and we can share it then. We can share your messages, your experiences with what has happened in these next few days before we get to the new year. So we've got Beth in Louisiana, who is now on the line. Hello, Beth. Hi. You're through to Eleanor Grace, and I'm shuffling my cards for you straight away. So, Beth, let's have a look and see what is coming through for you. Are you there, Beth? Hi.
Yes, ma'am. Hi, how are you?
I'm good. I'm very good. I'm here in London in the United Kingdom. So let's see. We haven't got snow this year, which is really quite good. We're all very pleased when we don't get snow. Okay, where are we now with you? You've got this lovely, lovely card that's come through here from the Victorian cards. Now, this is a card that sort of indicates that you're at a bit of a crossroads, and this is really what I feel for you. There's a man here, you're whining and dining, so you've certainly got a man in your life, and that's something that you need to be thinking about, because you don't often. I have a feeling that your sense of who is around you is not quite what you want them to be. Some frustration, some difficulties, and it's almost like everything in a moment could be destroyed. Is that how you feel, Beth?
Yes, kind of, sort of. I don't have a man in my life. I have a woman in my life.
Okay, well, it will always come through in the cards as one sex or another. Yeah, because they're very ancient. We all really ought to do a modern set now to reflect everybody, but it doesn't do that. However, here is the lady. So this, I feel, is your dilemma, right? This feeling of devastation that everything could just be awful all at once, really. And now you've got a sort of time where you have to think very long and hard about what you want to do about that. So you've already said that your relationship has sort of diminished. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay, here you go. Now, this is the High Priestess. It's a wonderful lady who really operates just under the surface. So, you're going to get a contact from this lady here. I don't necessarily feel as though it's somebody that you know already. It may be an online contact, or it may be somebody that's on the periphery of your life, but she's there. And that's what's important. The next card that you've drawn is one of speed. So I'll show you these two here. The High Priestess coming into your life with a lot of energy and a lot of speed. But there is here a little word of warning. And that is a warning of be careful how much you immediately want to trust this lady. I think you have got trust issues anyway, but I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about her here, and how she will have an impact onto your life in a way that is not necessarily what you would describe as one of complete trust. So you have to use your own instincts here. Very much the party girl. And so are you. You like a good time, and you like to, speed it up a bit and sort of make sure that your experiences are vibrant. They're not just so-so and let's go for a coffee or a drink. You really want a bit of drama attached to your life. I think it attracts you, and you like that sensation as well of being engaged and living and having powerful emotions. Would that describe you, Beth? Because I feel that this is so strong in you, and I don't want to let it go. I don't want you to give up on that real sense of who you are, or having to adapt to somebody else's expectations of who you might be. So would that describe you, do you think, Beth?
Yeah, I'm thinking that would more describe her, but I don't particularly care for drama, but that's you.
It's not drama. Yeah, maybe it's not drama in the sense of you sort of creating drama. I think you just like things to be vivid, and you want to be engaged in life. You want to love, and you don't want to feel as though you're not trustworthy. So that's what I have here.
Right, yeah.
do you see the difference? It's not dramatic for the sake of it, but you are drawn to an energizing type of life. I think that's the expectation that you have. You won't settle easily for any sort of major compromises, which is why you're standing as the person that you are today. Now, here you have the Ace of Cups. This is a new love coming into your life. It is the High Priestess. It is somebody who is spiritually connected, but it's also a person who is quite dynamic and full of love and energy. After that, you have another Ace card here. And this Ace card is all about bringing in happiness and creative ability. Two aces at once, though, will mean that your life is going to change, Beth, quite considerably. One with a relationship and one with yourself, and that's work, and that's opportunities around work for you. And not making life hard work. That's really what I have to say to you. It's time to bring in different expectations, smoother, less hectic, having that sense of style that is so much you, and you wanting to be romantic, very romantic, and very free to do that. The word of warning, though, with the High Priestess being the lady that's coming into your life, is a little bit more about look out, just watch your own sense of being, watch your own common sense as well, and try to very, very much get yourself in the right lane, in the right pathway. So, Beth, I think that 2024 is going to be a wonderful year. It starts with a new relationship. It starts with a big, big bang of looking at your creative energies. Connecting through to spirit as well is important for you. But there's an opportunity for your career that is right ahead, right in front of you. I think you should take it. So watch out for that. And all the best to you, Beth. Okay, well, let's welcome Alicia onto our show. Alessa, is that how you pronounce your name? Alyssa. We've got three different versions already. Hi, it's Alyssa, is it? Hello. Happy to speak to you, Alyssa. Hi. I'm Eleanor Grace, and I'm here in London, in the United Kingdom, and we're at Christmas time, yay. So I hope you've had a wonderful few days. I'm bringing in the crystal and also the candle here for you, because I feel that's a loved one with you. I want to sort of share with you here. Now, Alyssa, I'm getting a lady who's in spirit who really wants to say to you, look, just hang on, will you? Clear the decks, clear your pathway, because there's wishes and dreams coming true here for you. I've got a big capital C. I feel this is a very generous lady who's in spirit, and she's wanting to sort of brush aside lots of problems or worries or concerns that you might have and really allow you to grow. So there's work to be done for you, Alyssa. You will need to focus on creating an image representing you of a hardworking lady, somebody who is professing her skills very powerfully, somebody who can be trusted as well, and a person who is delightful company, really great to be with. But as well as all of those wonderful things, you are also very specially connected to spirit here. So you will have that ability to reach out to spirit through your dreams perhaps, or just by meditating. But you do know when spirit is around. Is that true here, Alyssa?
Yes. Is the person that with me, is his name Carlos?
Well, I had a big initial of C, didn't I? So yes, bring your feet back in. Is that C for Carlo? Yeah.
Yes, that's my uncle. Oh my goodness.
Okay. Well, he's the one that is saying this to you. It's coming through me as a medium. Just trying to get this candle now into focus. There we go. Yeah, he wants to talk to you about how you can change your life for the better, how many opportunities are going to be coming your way, and that you need to listen to some signals, because I think that Carlo, your uncle, has been trying to get through to you in your dreams, because you do have a good psychic connection, but it's meditating in your dreams. It's that subconscious state that he gets through to, and that's where you need to reach him. And he will give you answers about any questions that you have. And there is one question, big question about a man in your life at the moment, isn't there? You're wondering, I think, a little bit why you're not being treated any better. Is that true? Do you feel as though you're not being treated too kindly?
I'm not in a relationship. I was, but it ended.
And was that quite abruptly and very unkind? Because this is what I'm getting from your uncle, that something was very unkind, that you were treated unwell. Yeah, okay. I think he booted him out. I think he got rid of him for you. Not in a sort of dreadful sense, but just made things awkward, made things difficult. Perhaps, I don't know how that happens, but I've seen it happen so many times where, individuals, they're negative, they need to be removed from your life, and suddenly they're taken, not into any drastic or tragic means. I'm not not doom and gloom about it, but they suddenly move on, and new positive people come into your life in place of that person that's been very negative. And I feel that this is what's happened to you. So we've got the candle there, and I'm just now going to take an angel card, because I feel that this is what you in fact need. So I'm just taking a little selection here so we can have a look. Just for you. Let's see what we've got. Within the next few weeks, let's move this, that way. There we go. Within the next few weeks here, there we go. Pull that away so you can see. You will have a dream that sort of comes true, something that you have been wishing for a very long time. And this is like utopia. This is you actually getting the job that you want, new friends, new friendship groups are coming your way, and also this new guidance as well from this one particular person who does bring in within the next few weeks. There we go. And that's somebody who brings in pleasures and genuine emotion for you. So this is a message from your uncle, and Carlo is just so very pleased to see you. Wants a message to his brother as well. And there's a baby here. There's a baby here somewhere. He wants to tell you about a baby and it will be a boy. There's a baby boy that's coming into your life. And not necessarily you, it can be a family. It's hidden at the moment because the hermit is here. So it's a secret. Nobody really knows about this baby yet. But when the baby is announced, it's going to be a very special sort of child. And here is the lady that is going to be delivering that news. Somebody close to you. I don't think it's you at all, but I do feel as though you'll be surrounded by mums and babies. And you will be looking, I think, very lovingly at this child, this baby boy. So I'm going to ask you a very personal question, because Spirit always will bring this through. Alyssa, did you lose a child at all? Is there a soul in spirit that was a child to be born to you? Can you answer me that?
Yes, I did have an abortion.
Okay, all right. This is the blue that I've got around you, and the baby that seemed to be very, very much in the distance. When I'm looking at spirit and looking at your uncle and trying to interpret what he's saying to me so that I can pass it on to you. He was talking about this baby, and I got the blue all around, so it was a baby boy, and that there will be another child. That's for you as well. Do you have children now? Because I've got 2 children here.
Yes, I have a daughter.
Okay, there's another child to come as well. Whether it's yours or whether you're looking after, as a stepmother, somebody else's boy, there will be a boy in your life as a family member. And when I was looking for this message from your uncle, that's where I saw the baby. And the baby was in a bubble, being protected and cared for with angels, as angel spirit and light all around. And you will be glad to know that. But this is something that was not your fault. You couldn't do anything about this situation. And this is a soul in spirit that will always look after you and protect you. And that's the way that it was meant to be. So there was no blame, there was no fault. But this is a soul that would not have survived, I don't think. I don't feel that there's been any other outcome in this scenario. So here we've got you as well. This is you holding money, holding opportunity, and finding yourself in a very different life to what you have felt before. So there's been a real turning point for you, and you've leapt over like a canyon, a great big canyon of expectation, and you've been the carrier. You've been the person that carries other people with you. So you've been a bit of a trailblazer. I think that's the right word, that you will continue to do that as well. You will continue to find a way for other people to allow themselves to follow you. So you are going to be bringing a lot of pleasure to other people in your life, and they will come to you, they will seek you out for some more understanding. Now, this is the opportunity that you have here. This is you, Alyssa, holding onto this great big pentacle here, and this is money. Money and opportunity give you the wisdom, the experience, and also the chances in life to share your dreams. So you must do that and hang on to that message from Carlo as well, because he'll stay with you. And your next relationship, which I think is coming in very, very soon, will bring a lot of cheer to you, and it will also bring a great deal of pleasure to your whole family. So there we are. I do wish you the best for 2024, Alyssa. It's an important year for you and a time of resolution. So I hope you've enjoyed your reading as well, Alyssa. And I shall speak to you again soon. Now, if anybody else, any of you out there, wants to have a reading, a psychic reading, then you can have that in different ways. We can use different tools, candles and crystals and cards and natural clairvoyance and mediumship, which I've just displayed to you here, where I will connect to you. Doesn't matter where you are in the world, because spirits are not in one place. So we don't have to be local, and we don't have to be sitting next to each other to be able to make that connection. So I hope that you can contact me from wherever you are, and perhaps have an email reading, and seek out some of the other options that are available on my website, which is gracedestiny.com. So I'm Eleanor Grace. I'm wishing you all a very, very happy new year. We all want that abundance, don't we? We all want a year full of prosperity and opportunity for ourselves to be really happy. Take care of yourself this Christmas time and think about others who are perhaps not quite so fortunate as you may be. But in any event, Merry Christmas and have a wonderful New Year. I'll see you next week. And that's bye from me, Eleanor.
1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Soul Alignment Mentor with Angie Harris. Live from AngieHarris.org. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Soul Alignment Mentor on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome back, everyone. My name is Angie, and I am the Soul Alignment Mentor, helping to connect you with your most authentic and highest self. And also, Happy New Year! I hope that your first couple of days of 2024 are starting out positive. If not, then hopefully that can change for you as we move forward in the days ahead. I wanted to share a little bit about setting goals for this coming year. I know this time of year, people are creating goals. They're coming up with their yearly word or an affirmation. They're creating a vision board. They're thinking about things they want to pursue or create or achieve. And these are all wonderful things to do. But I want to teach and bring a little bit of a balance into this achieving and desire that you might have in this coming year. I want to pull a couple lessons from different things that my spirit team has taught me over the years. And the first lesson is keeping the energy of love as the main goal in the pursuit of anything that you do. Sometimes, especially in the Western culture, and this can be likely anywhere around the world, no matter where you are, we like to set a goal and then look at the end result as where we want to be. And so we strive and we pursue and we work hard, and then we get to the end result. And we may not be fully satisfied. We may get there and think, well, I don't feel the way that I thought I would feel when I accomplished this goal. And I'm thinking about a couple of things in my life that I've accomplished. And because I was so focused on pursuing the goal and not the process of becoming and aligning with the energy of love in the goal, I got to the end result and I realized I don't feel any different than when I achieved it. And so Spirit has been teaching me over the last several years that when you are working on something, to remember why you're doing it, and that you are actually a spirit manifesting into a human body in a human life, and that the reason your spirit is here on earth is to grow in the energy of love and is to understand itself in a new capacity and to raise its vibration as a spirit. Now, I like to kind of compare this process. I really enjoy being in nature. I really like hiking. I like to be athletic. I like to be outdoors. But I used to, before I started really aligning with this energy of love and healing and allowing my intuition and my feminine energy to come back in and balance out my masculine energy where I wasn't striving so much, I spent a lot of time working on myself. And the things I did as far as like going to the gym or being athletic were all an attempt to almost punish my body and change it into something else. When I released the idea that I had to change and I just enjoyed the process, I began to find things that I found fun. And that's when I began to hike. That's when I began to bike. That's when I began to do things that I enjoyed doing to move my body. And so the end result is still to be healthy. It's still to lose weight. It's still to have those. But in the pursuit of that, I am enjoying the process. I'm not forcing myself to do things. I'm not doing things I don't enjoy. I am creating a enjoyable life by adding in love to what I do. And in that love creates the joy because I am aligning with my spirit, with my highest self when I'm doing an activity. So take some time to evaluate. You might have these kind of goals of like weight loss or eating healthy. What can you add in that would keep you in joy? Because if we don't enjoy something, we will not continue to pursue it. So find a way to add joy into the things that you pursue. And so, like, for example, when I go for a hike out in the beautiful forest somewhere, I don't just think about where I'm going to end up when I'm at the end of the hike. I take time to see everything. I take time to see the rocks around me, the trees, the birds, the other animals that might show up. And I enjoy the process of getting to where I'm going. And so if there's other things in your life, think about that and add in little parts where you can stop, reflect, and be thankful for the steps that you are taking. Another example I will give you is I am an author. I have 2 books I've written. I wrote 2 books in 1 year. And I mean, you can imagine that took a lot of focus. It took a lot of work. And I was actually very surprised at myself that I was able to accomplish those goals. But when my spirit knew it was time to produce these books and to put them into formation and create them, I just worked and worked and worked. And I didn't stop to pause to be thankful for the process of it. And so when I finished the book, I was exhausted. And then I just sent it out. And I really didn't share it with the world the way that I could have had I allowed myself to have joy in the process of creating it. So even if it's something that you see as very successful or something that you're able to achieve that the standards of the world may see as this really big pursuit and this goal that you can achieve, even when you get to the end of it, you still have to remember that the process of getting there is just as important as the final project, as a final pursuit and the manifestation of what you are seeking. And I also want to share a story that I wrote in my first book. If you are interested, it's called Leaf Lessons. If you are watching this at all, I will show you a picture of this. It's called Leaf Lessons: When Trauma and Religion Collide, the Process of Spiritual Awakening and Healing. In the 5th chapter of this book, I write about a vision that I had in 2004, and it was about a leaf. So this chapter is called The Leaf Lesson, Leaving the Line. And I want to share the vision of the leaf that I had, because I think this might also help you in creating your vision board, creating your goals for this coming year, and understanding how to allow yourself to trust the process and release the struggle of trying to force things to work out for you. In my vision in 2004, I was in my early 20s at the time. I saw a very, for some reason, I astro projected into the universe. I was with the stars and the planets. I was looking down from what we would call God's view. And as I saw this from this view, I saw a old, or like a dead leaf, which would, in anywhere you go where there's leaves, like the wintertime and the fall, they become brown, they become crusty, they fall off the tree, and then they're composted back into the earth. But I saw this dead brown leaf floating through the air, and it floated down and landed in this stream. And the stream was absolutely gorgeous. You could see the bottom of the stream. It was a natural stream. It had almost like crystals at the bottom of it. Beautiful trees lined this river. And the leaf started to flow down this river, just naturally going with the flow. And then once in a while, there were some larger gray rocks that the leaf would get stuck behind. And as I saw this leaf get stuck behind the very first rock, I noticed that it was struggling. It wanted to get out of the rock. It was fighting against a rock. It was beating up against a rock. It was striving. It was trying to control. It was almost panicking that it couldn't get around this rock. And from my perspective, from a higher perspective, I could look down and I could see that if this leaf would let go of the struggle, lay back down into the water, trust the water to guide it, that it would move around this rock freely, and that it would just be picked up and taken on its journey. And so I watched this leaf do this a couple of times, where it gets stuck behind a rock, then it would finally be like, oh, I have to relax and just trust. And it would move around the rock. And what was really amazing about this process is that each time it let go of the struggle behind the rock and it moved around it, this leaf began to come back to life. The leaf turned from red to orange to yellow, and eventually at the end of the stream, completely green and back to life. And in this vision I had, I heard Spirit say to me, this is you. This is what your life is like. And this is what I'm saying to you as well, because it's not just about me. This is about our lives. It's about trusting the flow and the guidance of our higher self, of our spirit, of that perspective that can see things from a different lens. And so when we let go of the pursuit and struggle to achieve and strive and force and control, and we do what we can, we put in the effort that we can without the striving, without the controlling, and we balance out our masculine and our feminine energy, where we pursue things in both trusting our intuition and trusting the guidance of the spirit and doing the small actions we can to achieve our goal. Then we balance things out, we rest back into that stream of life that we are all on, and we move through these obstacles that come through and try to block us in our lives. But I also want you to realize that the obstacles and the rocks that we come up against are actually there as lessons. They're there to teach us how to trust. They're there to teach us how to relax and to understand that we can hear from our spirit. We can hear that our higher self will guide us correctly. We just have to trust that process. So if you want to learn a little bit more about this, one, I encourage you to get my book, Leaf Lessons. And while you're in there, you can go ahead and grab Composting the Ego, which is my second book. But also go over to my website, angieharris.org, and I have a blog on my website. And you can scroll down and you will find some blog posts about this that will help you to align your life with your intuition, your higher self, and to manifest the life that you truly desire. I'm also offering discounted 45-minute readings. If you would like to book a session with me, we can dive into your energy to see what it is, what your rock is in your life at this time that you might be fighting against, so you can achieve your goals this coming year. So come over and set up an appointment with me. We can meet one-on-one. We can talk about this. And I just want to encourage you to remember that you are worthy, you are loved, and I really, truly do wish you the best year ahead. So create your vision boards, create your goals, but remember to stay in the energy of love as you do it. All right, thank you all, and I will see you all next week. Have a lovely day.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for astrology and psychic readings with Lady D. Lady D. Live from LadyDPsychicParties.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Astrology and Psychic Reading on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi,
everybody. Welcome to Astrology and Psychic Readings. I'm your host for the segment, Lady D, and this will be the last show of 2023. So next time I will see you guys in 2024. So we do have a pretty important week being the beginning of the year. We've also got Jupiter, which is going to be moving direct in Taurus, and that's going to be on the 31st. So that's happening on Sunday. And then we also have Mercury moving forward on the 2nd as well. So that's going to be something that's, really important. It's like we're starting the year off fresh, where we can, plan. The plans should hopefully fall more into place. It is going to, Mercury will be moving forward in Sagittarius. So there is a sense of fun there, sense of being social, communication, and it's just a sense of, I like Sagittarius. They're very free, they're very youthful, they're very fun. So it's this fun-like energy that's coming in. With Jupiter moving direct, it's going to also help us to, I feel like, not as pulled back and to help us sort of go through and push through into the new year. We also, we do have, so I know like today, Mars and Mercury are very close together, but they have sort of broken apart a little bit. So them coming up close together can be very strong in our communication. It can also bring out our frustrations. There's also a square with that to Neptune, which is also can be looking at people who are trying to pull the wool over our eyes. But I feel like if they do try to do that, you'll sort of see through it because we have the try that's with Venus there. So I feel like the planets are sort of working together to help us move through negative transits and to help us through the positive transits that are coming in. There's a positive transit here with Mars and Jupiter. So that's going to feel more stronger, more courage, more strength during this week as well. So I do feel like this week it is going to be quite a good week that's coming up. We've also got Venus, which will also be moving into Sagittarius too this week, and that's going to be happening around the 30th, so around tomorrow. That's going to be moving in from Scorpio into Sag. So there's a lot of good energy that's coming in. I like that Sagittarius energy. It's an energy of freeness. It's a happy Sagittarius. They're very happy people. They're social people, and they don't like to be trapped. They just like to do their own thing, and they like to have fun. So there's all this fun energy that's coming up for you. There's also, I feel like, there's a sense of like new beginnings, newness, being strong in your directions and where you're heading and where you're going, and the plans that you're making for yourself. It's also, I feel like this week too, is about being happy within yourself, and and also, it's like there is a strength within us all this week that's going to be helping us push through. But I feel like setting like things at a priority and setting certain priorities as well. There's a sense of also being truthful this week that's coming up as well. It's a week where I feel like it's not a week to sort of make stories and tell lies, but it's a week of like truthfulness and being honest. I feel like, because in saying that, it's not about a week of telling people what they want to hear. It's a week of courage and being able to say things in a certain way. And I feel like it's a week of doing things that you really like to do. You might feel like yourself a bit daydreamy this week with the planets and with this, just with the energy that's coming up. But I feel like it's a good thing. I just feel like it's about planning and looking at opportunities that are coming up for you as well. So I feel like this week ahead is going to be a good start to the year ahead, where it's going to be an interesting year that is going to be ahead. But I feel like we're coming into a good start to it for what's going to be a memorable year of 2024, because some big things happening, especially with Pluto changing signs as well as Jupiter changing signs too, and a big conjunction with Jupiter and Uranus, which will be later on in the year, around April. So let's look at the first caller here. We've got David, who's in Maryland, USA. So hi, David. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. How can I help you today?
I just wanted to see if there was anybody there to talk to me.
Okay, loved ones that have passed over?
Yes.
Okay. I'm getting a mum or mother figure. Has your mum passed over?
Yeah, my mom passed away.
Okay. And I feel like with this lady, was she very guarded, or she was protective of protective or guarded? I get a sense. It's like what am I seeing? It's like I'm seeing a double agent here. It's like I'm seeing someone who's like they have it's like a gun. Like I don't know I'm not too sure if your mum knew how to use a gun, but I am seeing her. But it's something that has been hidden, but she's going out and it's like she's on patrol. So I just feel like there's a sense of being on guard, or maybe she had really good intuition about certain things.
Not that I know of.
No intuition, and she didn't know how to use a gun.
No.
Okay.
No.
I'm gonna say that, but I'm gonna say that it's could be about being protective. I do feel like there is a sense of caring, and also doing things her way. I feel like she was also very different too. I feel like that there is a strength about this lady as well. Like she does show love and compassion, but there's a strength with her. I'm also feeling very hot, so I don't know whether she felt hot or she got like hot flushes, or there's something about feeling very, very hot. I want to say too, I see her as being, she's showing me herself as being being a slim person, but I'm also seeing her as not an older person. I'm seeing her as a young person. So whether or not she likes that just to look young, or she passed away while she was young, but she's showing me herself as a younger person, not old. I feel like that she prefers to remember herself as that young person with a slimmer figure that I feel like. And I feel like that she may have had like good legs too. She showed me her legs as well. There might be something with her legs as well with her. She used to give me cheese. I feel like it could be to the new year, but she used give me cheese with a drink in her hand too. I also want to say with her things that's like saying non-negotiable. So I feel like there's things with her that are non-negotiable. I feel like she liked nice things, and she also liked to look nice. I feel like she likes to look nice. I see her as being like looking nice as well, or wanting to look nice. And I feel like she liked, I do feel there's a caring. Did you look after this lady as well? Or do things for her? Did you look after her or do things for her?
Yeah, she lived with me, yes.
Okay, because I'm seeing you she may not be in a wheelchair, but I'm seeing you pushing her around in a wheelchair. So to me, it's like you're looking after her and making her like your number one. And I feel like she's very grateful for that too. But there's a strength with her too. I don't feel like this lady's a pushover. There's a strength with her. There's a certain thing that she would like demand as well. And I just feel like in her youth, I just feel like she's very like on the go, very, very strong, very independent. I don't feel like this lady would like to depend on people. Like she's very independent. And even when she's not well, she still wants to be independent. She still wants to do things too. And I just feel like I see people saying, don't be silly, don't be silly. So I just feel like she's all about you. She was all about you, likes you as well. But I kind of feel like you got to do what she says. Because I feel like she's really pushover. Because it was like mother and son with her too.
Yeah.
Okay. What else? Okay. There's changes to the home. She's in the home and she's like changes to the home. So I go and change the flooring in the home. Do you want to make changes are you making changes to your house? Because she's talking about changes in the home. It's like I want to change the flooring, whether I'm putting a carpet down or I want to change the floor of some sort in the home.
We're getting ready to move.
Oh, okay. Because it's like she's standing in his home and like she's standing on the floor and she's like, there's changes to the home. Okay. Okay. She's actually quite happy about this. So I feel like this is about time. This is a good time as well because she's like, it's about time, or it's timing. So I do feel like she's quite happy. I want to say this lady was good with her pennies, or like she wants to keep her money. She's got money with her and she wants to keep her money tight. So it's about counting pennies or like keeping money tight. But she's quite happy where to to move as well. So you guys are going to move to a new home, meaning like new build, new home. I feel like it's a house.
Yeah, a whole different place. Yeah.
Because
different house.
Yes, but the house itself, I don't feel like it's going to be an old house. I feel like you're wanting to move into a house that's quite new as well. Or either that or be renovated.
It's newer.
Okay, because it's a sense of a renovation or new home. Because I just feel like you need a new, fresh outlook as well. There is a sense of wanting to be near water, but I don't see a water view from the home. But there's a sense of I want to be near water as well. But I'm seeing more like woods or bush around you. But she isn't talking about being near water. So I don't know if she liked to be near water or she liked the water. She is saying that she loves it. Oh, okay. She does send her love, and she's getting excited for you for the new year ahead, for the new chapter to begin for you. And you're always in her heart, and I feel like there's also something that you've got to remember her by, whether it be like you're going to grow a plant. There's something here to remember her by, and she's very happy with what you've done. And she's always, even in spirit, she's there, like holding you up, being your not your backbone, but she's being a support for you in spirit, because she's there, sort of holding you up, keeping you up, and supporting you as well. Okay. Mm-hmm. Thank you for calling in today, and I Happy New Year to you.
Thank you. You too.
Okay. So if you want to contact me for a reading, you can. My website is Lady D Psychic Parties, as well as my Facebook page, which is Lady D Psychic Parties. My Instagram and TikTok is Lady D as Psychic, and my YouTube channel is Lady D or Danielle Psychic. If you can't find it underneath that, I will be posting my predictions for 2024 this week on my YouTube channel as well. So thank you. Happy New Year to you all, and I'll see you in 2024. Be safe, and also have a great night, and have a prosperous new year. So bye for now.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Bernice Bisson's Psychic Media. Bernice Bisson. Live from BerniceBissonPsychic.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, Facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Bernice Bisson, Psychic Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome. It's Psychic Tuesday, and I'm your guide, Bernice Bisson. Thank you for joining me. I was with family the last Tuesday, which was absolutely delightful. I hope you enjoyed your holidays and your time to maybe be still. Enjoy that beautiful full moon we recently had in that Cancerian sky. And here we are in this new year. And for me, my new year is always a birthday because I am the birthday lady and I work a lot with people's birthdays. And I actually prefer that. I'm working with people's astrology and natal chart sort of over even cards or palm reading or tea leaf reading. If you come to see me for a reading, and you can find me at BerniceBissonPsychic.com. My social media and my podcast links are there. I only have a Facebook page, and of course, I'll never contact you directly. You can find me through my website. So I've got messages for the 12 signs for this next, into the new year and this next week. And then we're going to get into a couple callers today and see how much I can cover and if I can get into a few good readings. Okay, and so let's start with Aries. We have our little Aries, our new year. Of course, we have some really powerful transits this year. We have the transit of Pluto. Astrologers are talking about it. Don't worry, you'll find that if you Google it. We've got the transit of Jupiter as we go from Taurus to Gemini later this year, late spring. And we have a few Mercury retrogrades, and we have some really powerful eclipse axis with first Aries and Libra, and then we switch to Pisces and Virgo, along with some pretty heavy hitters in Pisces. So all about water, folks. Here we are in this year, and Aquarians are the water bringers. So if I look at message for Aries, opportunities. A stranger is about to change your life, exciting times and plenty of action. Plus a special family reunion looks likely for our Aries. That sounds like pretty darn good energy. We've got our Tauruses up. Oh yeah, Taurus, you're feeling all this energy with Uranus. If only Uranus could just behave just once, you probably wouldn't be running into some of the old conversations, people from your past, things you're running into now. Message for you, perseverance. You may feel like you're getting nowhere, but there are wonderful changes ahead. Don't give up. Oh my gosh, if I know any sign of the zodiac that won't give up, it's going to be that Taurus. Okay, Taurus, Geminis. Well, Geminis, you're about to be the belle of the ball. Jupiter coming to your sign this year. So your birthday is a big deal this year. And messages we've got for you is jealousy. Ooh, watch for who you trust with your personal secrets and plans. Spend time outdoors with nature to reconnect and replenish. You've got Jupiter coming. It's going to expand out your social circles, everything, your world. Be careful who you let in. Okay, then we've got from Gemini, we have our little Cancerians, or our little crabs. Boy, you know, you guys have had so much pressure in your 7th house with Capricorn. And now that Pluto's moving, the pressure might be off. Reflection, friendships in your life may come to an end. Others could blossom and become stronger. All may be influenced from that Pluto redirection. Pluto new direction, moving forward. Finally, oh boy, it's been at that pressing issue, like people's pressing dramas, sucking you in, Cancerians. Careful with that. Leos, we've got our lovely Leos, and this is the time where you're going to have to balance your work life for sure with your personal life. But care required. Guard yourself against deception. Be careful of making foolish mistakes at this time, like becoming a workaholic, maybe not realizing your partner needed something. So just try to slow down, be mindful about what's going on around you, because it could come at you fast and furious. Virgos, oh my gosh, Virgo, your house of partnership is lit up like New Year's Eve. How about that? And I got to tell you, if there's any chinks in the armor, or if there's any red flags kind of going off for you, you can come to some decision points, certainly before your birthday. Positive work outcomes, consistent efforts will bring rewards. A major purchase is worth making to my Virgos. Then we've got our Libras. Well, Libras, you're certainly feeling that south node of karma with all these eclipses in your sign, and reconstructing your love life, your partnerships, your commitments, things that and really just want peace. You're like, I just want some peace finally, and to count on something. And we get twists and turns. Sounds like you're not getting it. Carefully made plans could get thrown out the window as major changes and interruptions surround you. Make sure you get lots of rest to cope with all the upheaval. Sounds like a bumpy ride there, Libras. Scorpios, oh, my Scorpios. Oh my gosh, you've been through all of these eclipses. You've got your ruling planet about to make a major transit for yourself, focusing you on your house, home. You could be saving for a home, looking at changing homes, or your home could be a priority, family included. And you got some luck. Oh my gosh, let's look. Luck, a sudden change of luck is likely. Things are working in your favor. Excellent time for networking. Could even come through who you're nice to out in the community. So be nice, Scorpios. Sagittarius, boy, oh boy, Sagittarius. You guys rule travel, and there's about to be major accelerations in travel with this Pluto movement into Aquarius. And yours will come up as burnout. Your hard work will see results, but your health needs to be maintained. So check in with your doctor, dentist, health professionals, and try to maintain a healthy lifestyle, Sagittarians. Don't burn yourself out. Don't spin your wheels, because it could be coming at you. You could be just like, I'm going to keep going, or wanting to take on more. Probably not the time. Take some time. It might be worth it. Then Sagittarius, we've got Capricorns. Well, happy birthday, Caps. So here we are in your birthday time. We've got a powerful new moon coming, reset. We've got Pluto at that 29th degrees, finally moving from your sign, and you're moving to your second house of things you value. This is a big time for you, Caps, for all things new, new relationships, new commitments, new lifestyles. It's big stuff. Future. And you may travel or host overseas travelers soon. Either way, social fun awaits you. Ooh, that sounds exciting. And then we got Aquarians. Wow, Aquarians, you're about to get some power with Pluto, that revolutionary power. And you guys are all about revolutionary power. So opportunities, important offers will be made. Be prepared to dress to impress, you little Aquarians. Yeah, it's like you're showing up and everyone's watching this time. And so you can't go incognito. You might notice attention you never had before. You might notice opportunities that pop up for you that you've never really had before, Aquarians. Pisces, wow, Pisces, you've got some pretty heavy hitters in your sign right now. Joining that later this year towards September is a bunch of eclipses. Ooh, all about louder. If you didn't feel like you were the belle of the ball before, you sure will now. And declutter your life. Let go of correspondence, objects, and people you no longer want. Someone will hurt your feelings and reveal a new side to themselves that you may wish to avoid. Sounds like you might dodge a bullet with some people. And I think that whole piece around Saturn and Neptune finally going direct, stationing, being super slow, is finally holding you still enough so you're seeing the truth of things, letting things unveil, letting things become apparent to you. So it's some big stuff for Pisces this next little week. And even with, I would say, these eclipses coming up, if we go onto a big earthly plane, as we look at it, we had a major earthquake in Japan, and that was some New Year's news popping up. I would keep that in mind for the sort of the texture of this year. So it could be like that, where we have a few earthquakes shaking things up around the world, because this Libra and Aries energy is fire and air, and then we've got it moving to earth and water. And so we're going to have sort of so earth water seasons, kind of like if I think of earth, I would think of earthquakes, water seasons. So we're going to have some pretty big shifts, and Aquarians sort of come in with this power under Pluto that it's like, the billionaires finally stop sending, ridiculous rockets to space and start focusing on maybe some environmental things that could revolutionize technologies, travels, and environmental technology. So some big stuff. Okay, well, let's get to some calls because I'm in the mood to read some people. And today we've got Tara in Ontario, Canada. Tara, hello.
Hello.
Hello, Tara.
Hello.
So we've got the new, here we are in 2024. We're going into the new year. And we can focus on what's coming up for you. Where would you like to focus?
I was seeing if anyone had any messages for me.
Okay, well, that's kind of a broad question. So then I'll focus on what I would see coming up in this new year. How about that? Okay.
Okay.
There's a man who died who shows up. I mean, I could talk about sort of endless people. It's sort of I only have a few minutes. So I will say, what's the day and month of your birthday?
August 15th.
Oh, you're a Leo. So
yeah,
having to, well, you know, there's a man who died who would also sort of really identify being very similar to you. I feel like he would be in the patriarch side of your family, and that this man shows up pretty strong. There's always lots of people. There's a younger man as well that shows up, and they would be very opposite, like air energy and fire energy, very much like you. You've got some opportunities that are going to present themselves before June. And I feel like there's paperwork, signing, contracts, paperwork, and it looks very positive for you, Tara, that it seems to move you. It seems to move you forward, particularly around your money, finance, your house, and where you live, that there's some sort of documents that seem to be coming in. I'm going to even say within weeks, but by June Seems to be a pretty exciting month for you. So right around your birthday month, like right around that birthday time or right around that beginning of, I always think June's kind of exciting energy. And so I feel like it's going to be kind of a good energy coming in there. There's hospitals, healthcare, nurses, doctors, a man with some healthcare issues, heart issues that keep showing up. That needing to take care of in and out, maybe having to look at. He's older than you. He shows up very much, could be a patriarch or an uncle figure. He seems a bit older than you as well. I feel like that's even showing up in the now, like in the next little while, or that it's been coming up or it'll come up. And it's something that needs to be addressed or will be addressed shortly. You've got some powerful decisions in terms of, I'm going to keep going back to you moving forward, Tara. Almost like your opportunities, maybe people's education, work, direction. There's something really positive that I feel like, Leo, you're going to take care of this year, but I'm going to say closer towards your birthday and then into the fall, there's something that's going to be very much focused on your partnership, something very long-term, very like solid plans for a change, which feels like things coming together under solid plans. There's some travel for you. I know you're in Ontario, but there's going to be some news or travel for you that could bring you more west, or maybe even Calgary or to the west, or Alberta, more towards the west. And I feel like this could even pop up for you before September, between April and September of this year. And it feels like a very positive news or a positive trip. Like people would, you would travel and people are coming together, or there's news and people are coming together from that area. So it feels like that feels pretty good. There's, a woman alive who has to move as well. Family member. So I feel like there's also that going on in short order, like changes of houses or where people are living. So I feel like not just around you, but someone like in good order. It feels quite positive. Like people would move towards each other is what they keep saying. So people moving towards each other. Questions? Hello, Tara. Any last wisdom I can impart on you?
No, that was good. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you, Tara. Enjoy your new year. Okay, next. I kind of missed my name. So who do I have up next? I have a Roslyn up next. Roslyn, hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing wonderful. And you're in Virginia?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, lovely, lovely. So with the new year, we're well into the new year. We're the second day in, and it's going to go fast. Where can I focus for you?
Just general, actually.
Oh, stuff going on in your life right now, kind of stuff.
I'm sorry?
Stuff going on around your life. Is that what I heard?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Mm-hmm. What's the day and month of your birthday, Rosalind?
June 10th.
June 10th. We have a Gemini. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Gemini. I feel like relationships that have felt a bit stuck are going to come unglued a little bit. And even if you're trying to maybe be the glue and try to keep things together, you might find yourself just trying to be extra nice, trying to keep things together, trying to mediate or moderate. I feel like don't let the chips fall where they may, particularly between April and June. That there's a real unsticking of relationships. There's a real final moving forward and things. And it could come up with tough conversations or things that had shown up in the recent past. And so I feel like they could just be sort of simmering and coming to a decision point, particularly, April till June. There's also some travel coming. It's at least a day's drive. So about 8 hours from you. I imagine it would be a drive. If it's a flight, that's quite a flight. That there's some travel you'll know even within maybe 8 weeks or 4 months. That's out of state. And it feels really positive. It feels like it's very, very positive travel. You could also have a pull, although you're in Virginia, there could be a pull maybe towards the coast, like Florida or like near you, the coast as well. And I feel like that would even show up within 4 months.
You said, what about Florida? I'm sorry. I didn't catch you. You said, what about
some travel.
Florida?
Did you just go to Florida?
Oh, actually, I moved from Florida, 2020, and I have a family down there as well. So I did go to Florida last year, actually.
Okay, yeah. I feel like that's going to come up for you again. So if you have family there, that would make sense going towards the Florida coast when I think of the coastline for you. And so nice. Okay. And the relationship unstuck thing, like, I feel like Gemini sometimes you're trying to hold both positions or sit on the fence or not rock the boat. And I don't know, I feel like you might have to rock that boat, shake that boat up. And I just feel like it's going to open up relationship for you where, I don't know, maybe you feel more loved. And I just feel like that's going to be the theme the last half this year is about feeling more loved. So I feel excited about that. But more exciting is something about work and money opportunities. And if they weren't recent, like in the last few months, there's something about your income and work opportunities that is you're really excited to move towards, or you're going to be very excited to have work out for you because your income seems to improve through your employment or what you're earning. So your earnings. I wish it was the lottery. Sorry?
You say you wish it was the lottery? Me too.
I wish it was the lottery. I'm going to send you lottery energy, but I don't think so. I feel like it's earned income, but I don't know. I feel like you could be adding additional income in, like you're adding in. You get like maybe kind of these aside from what would be regular income, a side job or an extra job, something where there's like this little injections. That's the word I was looking for. Injections of like 3,000, an injection of another 2,500, an injection of another, like, you know, like bits of money that you're very pleased to get. It's not like gazillions of dollars, but it feels like it's coming in aside from regular income, like you'll have injections of it.
Okay, that sounds great.
Okay, and so you're going to see that first one even popping up within 3 months. And I feel like as that one pops up in the next 3 months, there's some decisions. It could be just some extra work. We need you to work this event. We need you to work at this thing. And I just feel like, so it seems to pop up there. There's this man who keeps showing up around you who passed away 7 so like maybe in the last 7 years, 7 years ago, and he died kind of tragically. Sorry. He's with, so the message is this. So if I think of a grandmother, I think of an uncle, and I feel like there's these two people together. They're together. And in that there is, you might, if you have family, say in Florida, you might, there's a lady who has very bad leg problems, very bad foot or leg problems, her health. I feel like they kind of show up around that. I don't think I mean you per se, but family there. And I just feel like they seem to show up with bells on. There's also an announcement coming within family or their circle right around you of a wedding. And people will be coming together. You'll be seeing this wedding. I almost feel like I feel like you'll hear about it by August of 2024. So within 8 months, you'll hear about this. And I feel like family gathering, it feels very, very positive. And it's funny because you might even think about or miss living at the coast a little bit. That might be something that you might feel kind of nostalgic about. Maybe they want you to move back to the coast. Maybe they're like, come on back this way. The other piece is some of that money that I keep thinking about is like you could be collecting it back to yourself, collecting your money in. Money that could have been owed even. So it seems to be coming.
Like that money that was mine initially, back or...
I'm sorry, I missed what you said.
Did you say money that was mine initially and I just taking it back?
Yeah, like money that you could be owed, money that that you could have helped other people with or loaned out. I feel like this is the year. This year, and actually I'm going to say is the beginning of 3 years where you're able to finally reap rewards. You're able to collect in on things that you have given out. That could be time, effort, opportunities. And it finally comes back to you because I feel like it's felt a bit depleted, like, man, I've done all these things for people, or boy, I've given all these things away, or I've helped these people and I've never really received that back, but I think it's coming back. And I even feel like you'll get taste of it this summer, but there's something about some money owed or money coming in that I feel like pretty positive about. And then I am going to make a bigger prediction as well, just because it keeps popping up around you. That there's something about you'll also have the opportunity to go to a Pacific coastline. Possibly California. Pacific, that would include, I guess, Seattle in that area too. But I just feel like there's something about it's more, I feel like more warm southern, so it could be California. And I'm going to say that could even show up for you before February of 25. So in the next bit. So I'm going to say not this February, a year from this February. California or the West Coast, I would include Hawaii in that, I guess, or I don't know, because I feel like it's like a mountainous coastline, and that ain't Florida. I know what Florida looks like. That keeps showing up for you. I wanted just to go back to your love life, just to finish up this reading with you today. Do you have any questions so far?
Taking it all in. Thank you.
Okay, I'll just keep going then. And so just go to your love life for a moment. I feel like there's something that you're going to have to work out with someone you already know. And having to work out the relationship, having to work through, it's someone you already know. It's funny because you might feel like you're very much on your own at times, but there's already someone around you. And I just feel like you're going to have to work through things with them, because there could be feelings of it's off a little bit, or it's not connect. Like it doesn't feel romantic in my heart right now. That's the thing. And I feel like it can be, and it can move in directions of romantic. Things could become more intimate. I just feel like there is this really strong earth energy, shows up really strong around you. They're very, they might work a lot, or you're finding it hard to connect with them. They feel like a male energy, and they feel like an earth energy, or they could just be kind of serious about things all the time. And they seem to show up right around you. I feel like there's things to work out with them. I don't know that I'm saying like red flags. I feel like more, maybe you're like, this is going to be work, or I don't feel like doing the work, or I wish it wasn't work. I wish it wasn't work. I wish it was easy. Right. But I feel like that's what's going to present.
Situation.
I'm sorry?
It could be maybe like a co-parent that is difficult. Right.
Yeah, you're like into your current situation, and I feel like you're in a position where sometimes you have to work through things before we can make any decisions about whether we stay or go. Okay?
Right.
I know. I wish that was fun. I wish that was a fun thing, but I don't know. I feel like it's a bit of work. Well, thank you, Rosalind, and thank you for joining me on A1R Psychic Radio, and thank you, everyone, for joining me on A1R Psychic Radio today. You can find me at BerniceBissonPsychic.com. You can also get onto this live feed by going to Ask One Radio Facebook page, the live link, the live feed. I post it on my own Facebook page as well if you want to find me for our little session every Tuesday for Psychic Tuesdays. Thank you. We'll see you again in 7 days.
You'll love Suzanne Marie readings, clairvoyant reader and spiritual light trance medium. Tarot is used for spirit confirmation. She's been a spiritual reader for 30 years and would love to be able to bring accurate, clear visionary readings for those who seek answers. Available online and phone. Call 320-455-2303 or email readingsbysuzanne@gmail.com. Suzanne Marie. Check her event page for specials. A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Psychic Paths with Suzanne Marie. Live from PsychicPaths.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Psychic Path on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello. Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio. I am Suzanne Marie, and I'm your host for a little bit. Please stick around for the evening because we have some really, really good readers tonight. I am a clairvoyant and a light trance medium, and I can be contacted through the website Psychic Paths. So how is everyone? We have just had a full moon again in Cancer, which is a very, very sensitive sign. I'm always the one to say that these full moons every month kind of allow us to release what is no longer benefiting us. And I'm afraid that this one is a bit sensitive. So if you feel very sensitive or emotional, let me tell you, it's okay. It's okay to feel your feelings and to let them go. Feelings and emotions, no matter what the scale, is really, really, really normal and human. The trouble comes when we don't know how to react to them or behave with them. But it's okay to feel your feelings. It's not okay to just do anything you want because of them. And once you feel them and go through them and process them, let them go. Don't hold on to them. So that's my little spiel. I hope everyone is feeling good. We have Kara from Texas. Hello.
Hello.
How are you tonight?
I'm doing okay.
Good. What can I help with tonight?
Just anything that you might have some advice for me.
Okay. Let me see what Spirit tells me. So I don't know if this resonates, but right away, Spirit tells me that you feel like there's a pause. Do you feel like you're kind of paused, like you're in between situations?
Mm-hmm.
It feels like there's no movement. There's no movement, and I feel like you desire some movement in your life. Let me see. So you have a few people on the other side also.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I just seen this older gentleman, and it feels like he's really got a great sense of humor. And he kind of popped in with a great big smile and said, "Tell her I said hello." But he's an older gentleman. So, yeah, he showed up. Spirit wants you to know that this pause is necessary, the feeling of stillness. And I feel like you're a very active person, like you're used to being very active with your life, with your work, you know, that activity is a part of your life. But Spirit wants you to know that this time of pause is for you to be able to be clear and to kind of get grounded, because I feel like your next chapter is going to be busy, but Spirit wants you to be able to have that clarity along with it. It's not going to be a time of letting it go with the flow. It's going to be really you making precise decisions about where you want your life to be. Who, what, where, and why is really you are going to be in charge. And I don't think that you've thought of that you've ever thought about, am I in charge or what's going on? But Spirit is letting you know that now they're kind of grounding you to make you clear for what's going to happen in the future. And I feel like this 2024 is really going to be a blessing for you. I don't feel like you've had a very big amount of worries or things, but I feel like you haven't been able to exhale and say, okay, I've made it, or I've done it, or the joy of anything. And I just feel like 2024 is going to be your time to feel that joy. And I think part of that joy is that you're going to be driving the bus, nobody else. And that you do get to take time to say, my decisions, my feelings, my thoughts, my time. And so that's really what I feel like Spirit is wanting you to know.
Okay.
That I don't think that it's going to be trouble making decisions. I feel like you're going to handle it like a pro, because I get this feeling from you that you're a leader, that you're just one of those people that can say, hey, go over there and do that, and people will. You know, where if I said it, they give me the look, like, who is she to tell me what to do? Maybe you don't know you have those leadership skills, but you do. You have a very, very good way of leading people.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, you look from in spirit like you're in between things. Are you in a place where you think, well, I want to be here for the rest of my life, or here for a long time? Is that how you feel?
I'm kind of trying to make a life-changing decision on relationship-wise, if I want to still be married to my husband or not.
I feel like everything you've done, or at least a lot of the things that you've done, have been because it was supposed to be, or it was the right thing to do. And I don't think you're there anymore. I think you're kind of like, what do I feel, and what do I think, and what do I want? And I do believe that you know in your heart of hearts what you want. I can feel that you have not been able to be as much as you want to be, or to be as free to be who you want to be. And I feel like you're on the precipice of making the decision now. There is no right or wrong answer with that. It's in your heart. It's in your heart every day, and it feels like a lot of the time that decision is there, but it's yours, and nobody's going to judge you, and nobody should judge you because it's your life. I feel like you want to be free. I know, psychics are supposed to say, this is what you do, but I'm not that psychic. I just want you to know that there's no right or wrong answer. It's what you really, really want that matters. You matter. I know. I feel like you go through the feeling of, what do I feel? And then you go, well, how is this going to affect everyone?
Mm-hmm.
You matter. First and foremost, you matter. Please honor your feelings and know that this is a very sensitive time to be dealing with that. But I feel like you're not in a rush because you feel still. There's a stillness in you, and it's supposed to be there. So my advice is to take your time and please do whatever it is to honor you, because you have that stillness now. You have that time now. It feels like Spirit has just taken all kinds of activities away from you so you could sit and be clear. And I feel you are clear. If I said, are you going to change your situation? Yeah, you are. You're going to change it. I can feel it. Either inside this relationship or outside. You are in control. And I feel like I think you're going to do it. I think you're going to have a really, really good year ahead of you. And I feel like you know the answer to what direction you should take. It's not what you should do, what you should feel. It's really about what do you feel and what do you think? What do you want to honor with yourself? Because you've sacrificed a lot. And Spirit just wants you to know you matter. You are precious, and it's what you want. There's no guilt should be around that, okay?
Okay.
And as soon as you do make that decision, as soon as you take a step and go, I want this, then everything just kind of falls into place. And everything should fall into place because you're being true to yourself. You're giving yourself the freedom to be true. Okay? Does that make sense? I sure hope so.
And do you have any information? Any way of knowing the older gentleman's name by any chance?
The one that showed up?
Yes.
Let me see. It's a very simple name. It's a very simple name. A very American, very simple. There's an E in it. I know that there's an E in it. And I feel like he's on your mother's side. He's from your mother's side. And you have his smile.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Sacred Insight with Andrea Baker. Live from mindbodynourish.etsy.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Sacred Insight on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to Sacred Insights. I'm Andrea Bacon. Thank you for being here. And Happy New Year. May it be an extremely blessed one. So speaking of which, I pulled some cards on the theme for 2024 for us as a collective. So first card we got is Birds of a Feather. Okay. So the energy coming through with this card and some messages I got are really positive for both of those cards, actually. So they're really good. With the Birds of a Feather, I was getting this message from our guides of a blessed union. Okay. So you can take that however it resonates for your situation. So maybe some of you are wanting to meet the one true love romantically. Some of you, this could be talking about friendships, coming into union with your soul family, your soul tribe. The people who get you where there's not really going to be any drama and it's just kind of feeling a lot more supportive friendships, supportive platonic relationships, just however it is in your life that, if that applies to you. Now, I feel like for some of you, it's coming in pretty soon also. So yeah, a lot of great things are coming in with this new year, 2024. Big changes, that something totally different than what you've been used to. And it's coming into like this destiny almost, it feels like. It's very aligned, very spirit-led. And for this other card, the Body and Soul card. Okay, sorry. So what I was getting is this lightness of being. So bringing you harmony, bringing you a lot more light into your life, a metamorphosis, being released from heaviness, from burdens, things that you have been carrying around for a long time, possibly. Okay. And a lot of you have finally released that, are in the process of it. And it is bringing a total change around for a lot of you. So it's going to bring in a lot more energy of healing because there's going to be a lot of stress taken off that maybe you have carried around for a long time. For some of you, this is a result of changes that have happened already. Possibly I was picking up resistance, like you didn't really want those changes to happen, but they really needed to. And this is like the aftermath. And it's really balancing, really harmonious and healing. So a lot of beautiful energy was coming through that I was getting from the guides and angels for this new year. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and take a caller. Amanda, are you there?
Hi. Yes,
hi. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm great. How can I help you?
I was hoping to connect with someone.
Wait, I'm sorry. I couldn't. You cut out a little bit.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, I was hoping to connect with someone in the past.
Okay.
You're wanting to connect with somebody mediumistically? Is that what you were saying? Sorry.
Sorry, what did you call it? Oh, medium. Yes.
Okay, because you were cutting out. But let me go ahead and just see see who I can, pick up around you for a second. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm feeling a female. I feel like, I don't know if she's showing me her upper body, maybe the chest area, like she may have had some affliction with that area. Would it make sense of a female who had like some kind of issue with either chest area or something?
Okay. Like a heart issue?
Yeah, it's not, either respiratory or something along that nature, and something along that with the chest.
Okay. It could be my cousin. She died recently.
Okay. Yeah, I'm seeing this a lady who, I don't know why, I feel like she was not, like she was, just comes across as being very, very, I don't know, I want to say stiff in her body. Would that make sense to you? Or
Well, the thing is, she passed away in her sleep, and the autopsy came back undecided, I believe it was.
Oh, okay. Let's see. Yeah, so I just keep on picking up some body issues. Like there was something that was not developed fully with her physically. Like, I don't know if it was an undetected defect, but there was also something like really that kept her from being fully mobile. Even if it wasn't like a disability, it may have just been something that kept her from being able to move through life the way she wanted to, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it sounds like my cousin Shelley.
Okay. Let's see. She's showing me almost like she's bringing through a grandfather. I want to say like she's showing me somebody smoking, whether it be a pipe or cigarettes, but somebody smoking, but there's around when you were little, like there would be family gatherings from like, when you were little in childhood, and like really she's giving me a happy feeling. Like I'm feeling like some dogs around that maybe have passed since then, and like a grandfather as well around you and her from childhood.
Okay.
Let me see what else I can get.
There's someone I was hoping in particular, but if they'll come through, they'll come through.
Okay. Tell me again, because when you were saying who you wanted to tune into, it was cutting out. So tell me again who you wanted to.
He was my boyfriend, and he took his life.
Okay. Let's see. So when I try and tune into his energy, I'm picking up on somebody that's running. I don't know if this makes sense.
It does.
Okay. and he's showing me the number 444. So I don't know if you've been seeing that, but if you are seeing 4s or 9s,
444.
Yeah, like if you're seeing a lot repetitive numbers of 4s and 9s, he is sending them to you.
Okay.
So if you do see that, know that that's from him. Let's see. He's bringing up his mother for some reason. I don't know if it's like he's like saying hi to his mother.
He was running from his mother?
No, like he's saying hello to his mother. He's bringing up his mom.
Okay. Okay.
And it's almost like he wants you to know that he's with you, and he's sending you feathers, if you're finding those too, to connect with you. To connect with you. And when you see the signs, like the numbers or the feathers or whatever, something like along these lines, he's actually wanting you to remember to go for something. Go for something that you're wanting to do, in case there's some type of procrastination or there's some type of confusion. He's encouraging you to do those things, if that makes sense.
It does.
Okay.
It does. I've put off a lot lately.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. He's really wanting to encourage you to do those and really go for your dreams. I'm like seeing the word dreams written out, like in my mind, like written out, the word dream written out in big letters. Like there's some big dream.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. What to do with my career.
And he's saying that would be really beneficial for you to do that. And to not get too much in your head about it, if to do what you really want to do, and to not get too much in your head about it.
That's good advice. Does it come off like I blame myself so much? Like, does it come off like forgiving?
Yes. Oh, yeah. There's a lot of beautiful, healing, loving energy that's coming through. And we're just about to the end of the show, but I can continue to give you messages through my email, andrea.bacon444@gmail.com.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for your time to shine with Julie Yeager-Walker. Live from Wings of Souls with Julie.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is your time to shine on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Your Time to Shine, a radio show designed to help you explore your own divine gifts. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the show, the very last show of the year of 2023. Super excited to be here tonight. And I hope you all had a really wonderful holiday celebration, however you celebrated. I hope it was magical and special. I was lucky enough to have my mom and my daughter spend the night on Christmas Eve into Christmas Day, and it's been a while since that happened. And so it was pretty magical for me and my husband. So I hope that you all had a fantastic holiday. And as we get ready to close up on 2023, I hope you're reflecting back on all the things that happened and took place in your life, kind of took stock in that, and look to see what your future holds. I actually took a manifesting class with Vienna Steibold today. And if you guys don't know who she is the one who started Theta Healing 30 some years ago. And I've taken a course from her. And so today I took a course on manifesting specifically for 2024. So I'm really looking forward to using all those tips and tricks and tools to manifest some great things in 2024. And I hope you are too. So, you know, if you've listened to me for any amount of time, you know that I'm not a big New Year's resolution kind of person, but I do select a couple of words every year to get me through my year. And so last year, I believe my word was lucky. And so I concentrated on that word. I think I brought it in from the year before and concentrated on that. So this year, what my two words are, because I can never just pick one. So I've selected two, joy and kindness. So those are the words that I'm going to be focusing on this year of 2024. And it is going to be a big year from what I'm seeing in all the astrology. So, you know, we can all use a little bit more kindness, act with more kindness, and act with more joy and have more joy in our lives. And so, you know, the way that I use these words are just reminders. And, you know, if there's a time that I'm struggling or, you know, having a little bit of a tough day, I just sit back and remember, okay, what were my words? And concentrate on those words and bring them in as much as I can. So I would love to hear what some of your words might be for 2024. So you can reach me over on my Facebook pages at Julie Yeager Walker Medium or Your Time to Shine, or you can drop me a little note over on my website at www.wingsofsoulswithjulie.com. And while you're over there, you can look. We have the new website up for the Angel Within retreat that my co-host and I, Melinda Heathcote, are going to be putting on in March 9th and 10th in the Portland area. So if you are there in the Portland area, do come check it out. We're pretty excited about all the things that we're going to be doing during that retreat. But getting back to our topic of our resolution words, do drop me a note. Let me know what your New Year's resolution words are for the year. I would love to hear from you. So with that, we're going to head over to the phone lines. We have Cameron in Sydney, New South Wales, Australia. Good evening, Cameron, and welcome to Your Time to Shine.
Good evening. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, good. Thank you.
What can I do for you this evening?
I would just like to know if you have any messages from my loved ones on the other side that you sent or received.
Sure. Is there someone in particular that you want to speak to, or just in general?
Just in general.
Okay. All right. Perfect. Cameron, I'm going to just check in here really quick with your loved ones. And while I do that, there'll just be a little moment of silence, and then I'll be right back with you. Okay?
Of course.
Okay. Okay, Cameron. I just keep hearing the words, keep your chin up. Keep your chin up. You're doing great. So letting you know that they are there with you on the other side and they're cheering you on. And I also was hearing, what was that? What's that song? When the going get tough, the tough get going. So they want you to know that they're recognizing, right, that you're stepping up to the plate, that you are, you're leading that charge. And so they're just basically giving you the thumbs up that, you need to keep moving forward. You need to keep plowing ahead. Even if you get some turbulence coming your way, never forget to just keep moving forward, right? That doesn't mean that you can't feel the situation that you're going through or what that is, but it's a matter of being able to kind of pick yourself up and say, okay, here we go. Let's do this.
Okay.
Does that make sense for you?
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Okay. Let me see what else they have to say. Hold on one moment. They're also saying that, you're very smart. They said you're very bright. So don't let anybody tell you otherwise. They say you have a lot of knowledge to bring to the table and a lot of knowledge to share. So don't be afraid to share that knowledge. They're showing me that sometimes it's almost like, it's like somebody comes in and like pushes you aside and says, nope, Cameron, nope, you need to just kind of move over here to the side. And they're saying, no, you're going to get your time here very, very soon, when it's going to be your time to stand up and say, here's my ideas. Here are my thoughts, right? And they're going to listen because you do know what you're talking. You do know what you're talking about. And it's information that definitely needs to be shared.
That's good to know.
Okay. They're taking a pause here, just a moment.
Okay.
They're also saying that what is perceived to be challenges coming up for you are not really going to be challenges. They're going to be deviations, they say. And if you can kind of keep that in the forefront of your mind, it'll be a lot easier for you to get through them. So if you can just look at them from a different perspective, they say, then you're going to be able to move easily through them. Because they're not going to be huge things that you can't get through, that you can't figure out. And so look at it. They say just always remember to look at it from a different perspective, which they say you're very good at doing. You're able to kind of step back from the situation and look at it through different lenses, they say. So that's going to be really important for you coming up in 2024, especially the first part of 2024, they say, to always look at things with just a little bit of a different lens. Okay.
All right.
They also want to let you know that these apparent challenges, they say, as you're looking at them through a different lens, almost look at them through as it's a game, right? Try not to take them too seriously because the things that are going to be coming up for you are not going to be horribly serious. They're going to be something that if you can look at it through a different lens, you're going to go, oh, okay, I see how this works. And if you look at it through like the child's eyes of like, it's a game, it's also going to come, the answers, the situation, what you need to do is going to come to you a lot quicker. They also say for you that if you can get out in nature and take a walk to kind of reset, that your answers are going to come to you a lot quicker.
Okay.
Just because you are that person that is very intuitive, getting out into nature and getting that grounding is going to help you with those situations.
Okay. Yeah, that's something I don't get enough of.
Yeah, right. So yeah, a lot of us don't, right? It's really important to shift our focus a little bit, especially, well, in Australia, you guys probably aren't in winter, are you? Are you in summer?
Summer, yeah.
Okay. So here in the Pacific Northwest, we're in full on winter. So, it's rainy and gloomy. So, it's harder to want to get outside and to get into nature. And so it's really important for you to be able to do that, to be able to ground, to come back to center. And that's when you're going to get your fantastic ideas. They're showing me too, even if you you can use your phone, of course, but they're showing me a notebook, like a little handheld notebook, and something that you can scribble down like an idea or a thought and say, okay, this is what I'm needing to solve, right? So calling in your loved ones and saying, I need to solve this. So as I'm out here on my walk, clearing my head, bring that into me and have that pen and paper ready. So when it comes to you, you can stop and jot it down really quick and then let it go and move on and keep asking the questions. Okay. Because what that's going to do is going to free your mind up to be able to tackle some of those questions effectively.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Well, that's good to know. Well, right now I'm sitting with a notebook and pen. I always sit with one, really. But I might carry one with me.
There you go. Perfect. That's perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a great way. That's kind of like your type of meditation, right? To get out and clear your head. So that movement is what's giving you that forward propelling motion. And so that's going to help you with some of these situations. And you'll be able to hear your guides much more clearly when you're doing that.
Okay, sure.
Okay.
Yep. Cool. Thank you. That helps a lot.
Good. Do you have any questions regarding any of that?
No, not exactly. But it all definitely resonates.
Good. I'm glad. Okay.
Thank you very much for that, Julie. I appreciate it.
You're very welcome. Have a wonderful new year.
Yeah, same to you.
Okay. All right. Next, we have Erin in Salt Lake City. Good evening, Erin, and welcome to Your Time to Shine.
Thank you.
How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you. Thank you for joining me on my very last show of the year.
Yes, thanks for having me.
What can I do for you this evening?
I don't know. I just kind of want, I guess, a general, like what, like with everything that's going on, I just kind of want to know, like, I don't know if I'm doing the right thing or because I just don't know. I don't know really what my path is, I guess, kind of.
Okay. Is this centered more around a career or a family life? Is there something specific that you're looking at or just in general?
Kind of general, but family life too. Also, like, yeah, kind of family in general.
Okay. All right. Let me tune in here and see what I can find out for you. And while I do this, there'll just be a little moment of silence, and then I will be right back with you.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Okay. Okay, Cameron. What they're showing me is that you're really a bright light. You are Erin. Sorry, I don't know what I said. You're that bright light. You're the bright light that everybody kind of is attracted to and looks up to, even though you don't believe that that is the case. They're also showing me that like you are the pillar of the family. It's like you were in the center, and they showed me all of your family kind of gathered around you. And so, the things that you do for the family is very heart-centered. And they're saying, you need to keep going with that. You really are the pillar of the family, and they need you. Okay. They're showing me that you're doing a fantastic job. And it's almost like you've hit like this, like a Y. Like if you look at a Y, it you come to a trail and then it branches to the left and it branches to the right, and you're standing there and you're looking and you're examining what your options are. They're saying dig into your heart to find out which one is the right course of action, because they say you're going to know. In fact, you already kind of know what direction to go. And so it's a matter of sitting there and saying, okay, if I go this direction, what's that going to look like in 5 years? And feel it in your heart, because you're going to know. If you get this kind of light and airy feeling, then you know that's the direction that you need to go. But if you get this like pit in your stomach and you think, oh my gosh, that feels so heavy and so dense, that is definitely your answer. That's not the direction you're going to want to take. And so they said that you've already kind of done this subconsciously. And so it's just that validation of knowing that you've got good intuition, you've got good gut sense, and you need to follow that.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, and it makes sense. I hear what you're saying. I just don't. I feel like the why coming to the why makes total perfect sense. And it's like, but to know, like in my heart, I feel the same no matter what direction I take, and I don't know which, I just don't know, because what's going on is with my kids. Like I'm not like taken it. I don't have kids biologically, but I've raised, I've helped raise 6 kids. I've been involved with 6 kids, and now the youngest one, she's 12, and she's been giving me a lot of hell, and she's just to the point. I mean, she's just so defiant and just so disrespectful, and I just don't feel like I don't deserve the treatment that she's been, the way she's been treating me, and the way there's no appreciation, there's no gratitude, no, like, at all. And I just feel like, what has happened is I couldn't take it anymore, and I told her to go. And so now she's staying over, she's with my older daughter right now, but she's been staying with her little sister at her little sister's mom's for the last couple of weeks, because I can't take anymore. So I don't know if I should go in. I don't know if I should give up custody of her, go sign my guardianship rights over her, and just or if I should just, I don't know, because I just can't. I don't feel like she don't get it. She's just not, and I don't feel like it's. I mean, she's just not. I don't know. It's just too much. When she's here, she's just so. She's like such a narcissist. It's insane, and she's constantly gaslighting me, and it's just insane. And she makes my mind crazy, and I just don't know what to do. I mean, I just don't know what to do.
Right. Hold on. Let me ask some questions here. So I'm being shown that you should be a little hesitant as far as signing over some guardianship. It's more about letting her know that you're still there, right? That you will still love her. Because what she's having problems with right now is being able to love herself. And so it's coming out and reflecting and bouncing back off of you. And so, that signing over and giving that responsibility to somebody else is showing her, it's almost like giving her the power back rather than you keeping your own power. Does that make sense? You can still have her, maybe she does need to stay with somebody else for a little while, right? But they're showing me that you really should think twice about that before you give that part of it up. That's not going to do her justice in the long run. And so I know that you're trying to look out not only for your own health, right? But you're also looking out for her best interest as well. And so right now, what they're showing me is that, hold off on that. Don't take any action on that right now, because it's too early. It's too early in the game to do that, right? If she needs to, like I said, if she needs to stay with somebody else for a while to get a little bit different flavor of life, they're saying that might be enough to kind of bring her back into center. But this is something it's going to take a little time for it to resolve itself. This is not something that's going to happen overnight, which I'm sure you already know that. But they're saying, keep on it, keep reaching out. But also, keep your own sanity, right? You have to be able to do things that you can do to keep yourself in good health so that you can care for others.
Okay. Because, yeah, and I mean, it's just so, she just, you know, I mean, she's going, I mean, she's just a lie. She's like caused a scene to, like, and created a scene and wigged out. And just, I mean, when I told her to go and I made her leave, she, I don't know what happened between here and where she went, but then she's trying to tell everybody that I abused her. That, you know, I mean, and I mean, I called the cops and everything. The cops came and they said that she, you know, I mean, they obviously didn't believe her because the story, the way she was telling it. I mean, they never come back. I mean, I've never been charged with nothing. Nothing's ever, you know, I mean, and this isn't the first time we've had the situation go on. But I mean, but now she's cost me. Now my own my son, he doesn't want, you know, he doesn't want me to watch my grandbaby anymore because he thinks that I'm a danger to her because she went and told everybody that I abused her.
Right.
So, I mean, now, so it's like, I mean, that's a big deal. When she's cost me my time with being able to spend time with my own grandchild, you know, it's like, I mean, I've never beat her. And but for her to create that kind of a lie, and I mean, I don't know, it's just insane. And she's running with it.
Yeah, right.
She's like, I mean, she's running with it. She's just got everybody convinced, and she's not gonna change, you know, she's not gonna tell anybody anything different. Like, she's got everybody believing it, and she will not be seen or have anybody, she's not gonna let anybody think or understand and realize how much, you know, that she's lying.
Yeah, right. She definitely has a lot of anger built up inside of her. And, you know, there's definitely some work on her end, you know, that needs to happen. And that, you know, that's a whole nother path, I know, for you. But Aaron, I do have to say good night. We're coming down to the last few seconds of our show. So I want to say thank you so much for calling in. And I hope the little bit of conversation we've had has been helpful for you.
Okay, well, thank you.
You're very welcome. All right, that does it for me, everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in tonight. Everybody have a very happy new year. Thank you for being here on the last show of the year. Everyone be safe out there and enjoy the new year. We'll see you in 2024.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for the Psychic Side with John Capello. John Capello. Live from johncapello.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-840 488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, ask1radio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Psychic Side on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello and welcome to the Psychic Side here on the A1R Psychic Radio Network, Moonstruck TV, and Enlightening Television. We're delighted to have you here on the Psychic Side. I'm John Capello, your host, and we're still the #1 psychic radio network on Earth. So we're happy to have you join us today and maybe listening to us or binge listening or binge watching us on Moonstruck TV. Just go to YouTube and type in Moonstruck TV, and you can type my name in and my episodes come up, so it's very nice. So I thought that this year I would start off by having some psychics come on and give psychic predictions for 2024. I'm going to save mine to last because I feel like that's the best thing to do. And then also at the end of the show, I'm just going to open up this fortune cookie and see if it has any revelations for us at the end of the program. But today I wanted to bring back one of my favorite guests, and that is Joy Koff. She's happens to be the owner of Miracles of Joy in the Louisville area. And she's just been really spot on predictions. And so I hope that you'll save this program and watch it again later in the year to see how good she is, because she really has been spot on for many years. We've done several of these psychic predictions over the years. We didn't do it last year, but I thought I'd go ahead and bring it back since 2024 is going to be such a momentous year for all of us. And so I just want to bring back the best ones that I know. And so I want to bring in Joy. Joy, how are you today?
I'm good, John. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. I want to once again congratulate you on your new store that you're opening up. If you'd like to say something about your stores, please do, because we need to get people over there and sponsor, help you get that store up and going, because I just think it's going to be a great location for you, and I'm looking forward to working there if you let me. So,
it's actually going to be Tiffany and David's store. That's my son and my son-in-law and my daughter are going to be actually co-owning that store with me. But we have a store in Louisville, Texas, and have been there for 18 years on Old Orchard. And we wanted to start supporting the Fort Worth area. So we're opening a store in the Bedford area, and it's going to be like 1420 Airport Freeway, Suite H, and we're expecting to have that one open in February. So we'll have two locations, one that can support Fort Worth and another that will be supporting the Dallas area.
Yeah, so very good. Now, I know Dave and Tiffany are running the store, but for the power behind it. So we know, John. So, no, we're looking forward to that, and I know the Bedford area, which is a bedroom community in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. It's just kind of in between Dallas and Fort Worth, near Arlington, Texas, where the Cowboys play, and it's a growing community, and one that everybody's moving to Texas, and that's one of the places that they're going. And so if you're from another part of the country and you're looking for a metaphysical outlet, be sure to go to Miracles of Joy in Bedford, as well as the Miracles of Joy in Louisville. It's great. Those are two good stores to go to. So Joy, we've been talking a little bit about 2024, and there's a lot of anxiety around this year with so many changes and so many things going on, and so I felt like we need some guidance from beyond the physical, and those people that are gifted like you are people that people will be turning to for that type of guidance, and because that's what we do. Because I know that you do readings and people come in and they're exasperated, and we're usually the last resort.
Yeah.
So Go ahead.
Let me just touch base on something that, if people are hoping, yay, 2024 is here, let's get rainbows and unicorns. 2024 is not the year for that.
It's not. My ship's not coming in.
So, I can tell you what I have seen, because I guess being on the ground and being in the storefront, and I have seen something that I have never seen before in the past 3 weeks. And what that is an awakening among men. Men are coming in now, and I'm like talking about the burly type men, like I'm. Their wives are actually bringing them in because they're starting to feel negative energy around them that they never felt before. And they're starting to talk about how they're starting to get sensitive to it. And they're asking for protection stones and something that they can wear to keep themselves protected. And it's been I'm like, okay, here we go. There's a new shift. That's a good shift. I mean, that's a positive shift if we want to look at it. Because what it's saying now is that I feel the energy is just so easy to feel now on our planet. I mean, we are spiritual beings, and we're starting to experience a lot of energy that's coming at us at the same time. And now everyone is getting a little bit more sensitive to it. I feel there's a huge awakening that's going to happen next year where it was mostly women that would walk into my store. I'm not getting that anymore. It's like it's a 50-50 split at this juncture of as many men coming in as women, because they're starting to notice energy that they've never noticed before.
Are you saying men catching up? Men are catching up?
Yeah, I really do think that they're catching up to the sensitivity of it. It's starting to affect them in their everyday life, and they're just trying to find some sort of a balance with it. And how do they clear their energy and things of that nature? I do have some predictions for 2024. I want to talk a little bit about not only the energy and the sensitivity that people are also picking up. Something else that I noticed that towards the end of the year, and you and I have talked about this a little bit, John, there's been this big push between technology and healing, and understanding that we are nothing but frequency, and diseases within our body are also frequencies. And if you can actually send frequency to that frequency, it can change what's happening in the physical. And there's been this new push for scalar energy, Viber, the harmonic egg. I have never seen anything like this before, where it's one technology after the other that's starting to come out to actually get people feeling better and healing themselves using frequency. And the big thing, I mean, we've been doing this for years. But it's kind of exploding this year, coming up in 2024. It's going to be sound healing with crystal singing bowls. It's like more and more and more of that. People are asking for that they've never asked for before, because they can actually feel the difference.
Very good. Well, I know cryotherapy is something that I do kind of on a weekly basis now. Getting a little bit older and needing some pain relief sometime. Those are helpful, and also stem cell therapy is growing. And then, of course, robotics. All of these things are on the forefront. So I think that's probably all part of that. With all of these, using tech and using different types of healing methods. And of course, you do galactic healing and Reiki as well. So those, I'm sure, are going to be growing. And because people are looking for other things besides drugs, especially with all of the stuff that went on with the vaccine and all of the they say it just didn't do exactly what we had hoped it would do. It's helpful, certainly. From all that people were saying, but it just didn't prevent you from getting it. You just got a mild case, so that's very good. So if you don't mind, I'm writing some of these down, because I want to go ahead and kind of get them documented, and this way we can go ahead and check on them, because I know you predicted the second strain of COVID and third strain as well. And nobody did that. Nobody did it. So I'll just let you continue. So go ahead.
Well, I don't know how to break it to you, but we're not finished with any kind of epidemics on our planet.
Thanks, Joy.
And what I mean by that is we're having other viruses that are coming to the surface that are really, they're dangerous for our most susceptible group of people who may have issues with breathing and things of that nature. And I can see that there's going to be other sort of viruses that attack the heart and the lungs. And it's just something that's it's just more and more about what's happening. But I also feel it has a lot to do with where are we from a health perspective, because I don't feel that our food is as clean as it needs to be, especially in the United States. And I think that we're using too many pesticides and that it's starting to really take a serious impact on our health. I also see if from a health perspective, or even I don't want to say health, but a weather perspective, I feel like we're having more and more solar flares that are going to act up. I don't know what we want to call it, but there's these energy frequencies that are seriously hitting our planet at this time that I feel that it's going to actually harm one of our electrical grids and bring it down for a period of time in 2024. We don't really address it. But this also has a major impact on us as human beings because we're susceptible to those solar flares that hit us. So there's times when we become very emotional, depressed, not knowing what's really going on with us. And it's the same thing. It's these frequencies and solar flares that are hitting our planet that are affecting us from an emotional perspective.
Is it going to miss Texas?
I think mental, huh?
Is it going to miss Texas?
You know, I'm kind of worried about Texas on the electrical grid. I think we're going to have stronger weather situations that happen as well. And I actually see flooding in the Midwest. And I also see that there's going to be more weather issues and potential earthquake in the California area. I don't know why, and I don't know what's going to happen. I really don't know what's going to happen. But for May 2024, it just feels like it's going to be a devastated time for the people on this planet, and I do not know why.
You don't think it's war, do you?
It could be, and I feel like we haven't seen the end of the wars that are happening. I could feel like things are going to escalate at a certain point. And I think they escalate because we need to make a decision. This just doesn't work for humanity anymore. You know, it's kind of like there's got to be a better way for us to get along, you know, and kind of come together in certain situations, because it's like this just doesn't work. It creates more devastation than anything else. It creates more economic issues as well, you know, and I feel like we have to realize sometimes that the political leadership is not necessarily the heart of those countries. You know, sometimes we get angry at a country rather than the political leadership that happens to be there. You know, people are kind of stuck with the politics that exist in certain areas. And sometimes it's necessarily what most of the people want, but at the same time, it kind of is what's there. And it's time to kind of change how we look at things. And I think this is forcing us to look at our whole global economy, our whole global structure, and say, what do we need to work for us as the little guy who happens to exist on this planet? I do also see the political uprising in the United States is going to be horrific during this election year. I just feel like the divide is going to become bigger. I feel like that there are going to be some violent actions because of that. And I wouldn't be surprised if there's not even mass shootings or attacks on candidates.
Okay. On candidates, okay. So do you have a prediction for the election?
it's so hard to see because it doesn't matter where it goes, it's going to be so negative. I just feel like it's going to be, I feel like if we don't learn if we don't bring compromise and diplomacy back to our political structure and bring back where people from both sides of the aisle start talking to each other again and bring back some sort of humanity to it.
Stability.
It would bring stability. It really would bring some stability. Yeah, I think it needs to be, and I think people are going to realize that they're going to have to talk, because I think that there's something that's going to push it over the edge, that it's going to be really violent. And I think people are going to say enough is enough. How do we come back together and kind of talk and compromise and get this country moving in the direction that it needs to move to?
Are you saying we might have a civil war or what?
I think we're already in a civil war, whether we know it or not. I really think we're already there. It's been kind of, I don't want to say it's quiet. It's not quiet, but there is a civil war where even the average person feels like it's appropriate to just attack another human being for their own beliefs. And at what point were we able to have different political beliefs and still come together as friends because we just have different political beliefs? And that's not okay anymore. It's almost like, you're dead to me if you believe this way. And I don't know how we got to that point, because we shouldn't be there as a country. We were built on difference of opinions. We were built on different ideals and how to run things. And I don't know how it got so sideways, but we're starting to have even the little people think it's, little people. I would say, look, I'm one of the little people.
Well, no, I'm not.
It's okay to trample over someone because they feel differently than you, and that's just not okay anymore. And if we don't stop that in our leadership, it is going to trickle down widespread among the normal people who live their life every day.
Well, it seems to be the trend, that's for sure. Because it might makes right. And if I'm bigger than stronger than you, then I'm right. So, or if I can, I will. So yeah, it just seems like there's, I think you're on target there as far as having a pulse on things. So you're not making a prediction of who will win the election, or is it going to be close, or what?
I think it's still going to be close. I really do. I still feel like it's going to be close, but I feel like you're going to end up having violence at the polls.
Violence at the polls, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
I feel like there's going to be something that's going to happen where people are going to try to control that outcome and, incite people so there's violence at the polls. And I think that's just not okay. People should be able to vote any way they want to vote. That's what a democracy is.
Mm-hmm. Well, do you think that someone like a Donald Trump's going to wind up in jail or anything like that? I mean, I don't want to I'm not trying to force you to give me these answers.
Okay, so do I think he's going to end up in jail? Here's the thing that I hate about this. Do I think he's going to end up in jail? The answer is yes. But my question is, here's what I think the crux of the situation is. What do we do with the Secret Service men who have to protect him? Are they supposed to go to jail because of what he did? How are we going to actually enforce this in a fair way where if, I think that's why there's such a ants on this one about pushing forward, because legally, as the President of the United States, he is entitled to Secret Service protection. What do we do with those guys? Do we send them to jail?
As a suite. Can have a jail suite.
It's going to have to be handled like it's never been handled before, because there's a lot of innocent people. It's not just about Donald Trump. It's also about those who are entitled to protect him. What do we do with those people? And it's just something we've never really had to face in this country. This is new. This is new across the board. We've never had to face this before in our country. And maybe it's kind of like we need to really look at who we pick as leaders. I don't care if it's Democrat or Republican. We need to really look at who are they from an integrity perspective. Do they bring us together as a country? Do they allow us to love each other as human beings? Do they try to pull us together? Or is it always about rhetoric in order to pull us apart? And we need to start voting for people who have integrity. Now, I know we don't have a whole bunch of candidates that have integrity, but we need to start finding them.
Okay, well, we'll get off that subject. What do you think about the economy? You're taking a drink?
That's the thing about the whole situation is there's so many innocent people that are going to be caught in the crossfire of this.
Yeah. Well, we'll just have to see what happens. When you have 91 indictments, it's hard to say that none of them are going to come out against you. That's for sure. But it is. We'll just have to see how it all plays out. I guess. But it seems like things are going to start. We're going to start seeing some decisions being made pretty soon. So, but thanks. So the thing is, even if this man goes to jail, he could still be elected president. So what do you do?
True. That's true. But then what do we do? Do we move the senators and the congressmen into jail too?
Might not be a bad idea. So I don't know. But do you have any thoughts about the economy this year or anything?
I feel it's going to turn around towards, I'm going to say towards the end of the year. I feel like it's
better.
I think it's going to get better. I really do. I think we're going to see an uptick in, the challenge we're running into is when we have certain things that are, we spent way too much money during COVID. Let's face it. We flooded cash, into our economy because people couldn't do anything. And what ended up happening is I remember me running a store. I couldn't find merchandise anywhere I looked for merchandise. So I started making merchandise. We spent so much money that created this hiccup in our economy. Not that we shouldn't. What are people supposed to do? They still need to eat. They still need a roof over their head. It was the right thing to do, but it did create this bubble in our economy where we spent too much in that time period. And I feel we'll be 2 years on the other side of it. And I see that it's going to also start to come back, where the spending is going to pick up a little bit towards, I'm going to say September, October, around that time of 2024.
Okay, well, very good. So the economy should get better for the little guy, you think?
Yeah, I think overall it will.
Okay, well, that's good. So next year seems like it's going to be kind of a roller coaster a little bit. But do you feel like by the end of the year we'll have a little bit more clarity as to what direction we're going?
I think we will have a lot more clarity in the direction that we're going in from an economy perspective.
From an economy perspective, and also politically, because we'll know who the president is.
We'll know who got elected. We'll know, I don't think it's going to matter one way or the other. You're still going to have this infighting that you've had for the past 12 years, though. Until they start to come together and learn how to work together, I don't think anything is going to change.
Nothing's going to change. Okay. Well, that's very good, Joy. It's always hard to predict because things are so close. It just seems like things are close. And that's one reason why I wanted to hear what other people had to say about this year. And I'm going to try to get several different opinions as to what's going on. So we just keep on trucking, keep doing what we're doing, I guess. But No, I appreciate you sharing your thoughts with us today, because it's a lot to meditate, and a lot of times we just go with our gut feelings. And you watch a lot of people on television who say, "Well, I don't have a crystal ball," but I do, and mine's kind of cloudy. So right now, so it's just very interesting. So, any final thoughts that you'd like to share before we close with you, and then we'll talk about next week. We'll talk about some other things, and I've got to open my fortune cookie here, so I'm going to get open so that I think that's
all I have at this point.
Do what? Pardon me?
That's all that I have at this point.
That's all you have at this point? Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't like prediction. I can't predict that. I don't want to predict it because it's too close to call. Does that make sense?
It's too close to call. Okay. Well, that's fair enough. Yeah, because we just don't know. We don't know what everything's going to happen. I know they say, well, you're a psychic, you're supposed to know, So, but that's it's always very difficult to do. So let's go ahead and just open this up here, and let's see. It says the winning numbers are 4, 6, 9, 29, 32, and 36. If you want. Oh, am I going to win the lottery next year?
I don't predict that, John.
My fortune cookie says you should find another line of work. That's a prediction. So maybe this fortune cookie's not so good. Well, Joy, thanks a lot for being with me. It's always a happy occasion to work with you and be able to hear your thoughts. And we'll look forward to your predictions. I'm writing them down.
Okay, so, write them down.
We'll see, and hopefully we'll be able to stay on the air with all those solar flares and everything. So yeah, we'll do that. But thanks a lot, and please be a frequent guest on our program this year. I hope we have a lot more guests, and I know that you said you'd bring some of your people from store who are visiting your store to be on our program, and I'm looking forward to that. So
okay.
So thank you very much. So we're ready to wrap up. You're welcome. So we're getting ready to wrap up another edition of our program, our first edition for 2024. I want to thank everybody for joining me here on the Psychic Side. I'm John Capello, and I'll be in Oklahoma this weekend, and next week we're going to have Gail Mull. She's the owner of the East Texas Psychic Fair. She's agreed to give us her predictions for 2024. So I hope that you'll tune in next week. Here on the Psychic Side, as we try to dispel the skeptics. And also we'll be talking a little bit more about my Psychic Journeys workshops that'll be coming up in February. Thank you all very much for joining me today, and that's it for the Psychic Side here on the A1R Psychic Radio Network. Bye-bye.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic. First thing I'm going to say is Happy New Year to everybody around the world. I'm sure you had a marvellous time bringing in the new year. If you were like me and you had a quiet affair, that's okay too. It's the time of the year I think that we should do what pleases us. And as I've got more mature, I've realised that I don't necessarily need to go out and listen to loud music to have a good time on New Year's Eve. I'm quite happy to sit at home and watch some of my favourite music. So anyway, let's kick the show off this week with the first Simply Tarot card of the year. And I'm going to warn you, it's not going to be something that you're going to say, oh, wow, that's an amazing card. People are going to go, oh, no, we didn't start the year with that. But I'll explain more as we go along. Okay, so the first Simply Tarot card of the year is the Devil. Now, the Devil sort of conjures up things like jealousy and trouble, and people sort of think, oh, no, I don't want a year of jealousy and trouble. It doesn't mean that. Well, it can mean that. It can mean that. That's one of the meanings of the Devil card is jealousy and trouble, but it's also more importantly about being able to break the chains that are holding you back. Now, that's why I think it's such a significant card to start the year off, that we are able, we're in a position that we can break the chains, we can remove any restrictions, any obligations that we don't want anymore. The power is within our hands to be able to make the changes and the choices that we wish to bring in for 2024. When you look closely at the card, the chains are only loosely around their neck. They're not actually tied. They are tied together by a chain and, you know, a circle loop at the bottom of the Devil's feet. But, you know, he's not really controlling them. Maybe sometimes the Devil's in the detail, or the Devil is, you know, one of us, parts of us sort of saying, oh, do this, and the other part sort of being a bit like an angel and saying, no, 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 we're going to be good. So maybe it's about bringing in balance into your life, and that way you can avoid jealousy and trouble. And, you know, jealousy is one of those things I found throughout my time here on earth that, you know, sometimes you don't even aware of it's happening around you, that somebody can be jealous of you for many different reasons, and quite often it's because you make something look very easy. And when you make something look easy, people sort of tend to get a little bit of the green eyes about them and sort of think, oh, everything always comes to that person easily. Look how easy it is for them. And it's not always that at all. They don't realise the hard work, the effort, the going without, the sort of the long hours or whatever that have gone in behind this to make it look easy. So the next time you feel a little bit green-eyed towards somebody and think that they've got it easy, maybe just stop, look and listen and think about how much it might have taken them to get to that point and how much effort you would have to put in to make your life to be the same as theirs. And maybe then it's not what you really want. So let's, you know, make 2024 a very positive year. We are all able to break any chains that are holding us back. This is the year of opportunity, luck and expansion, so let's not waste it. I think this is a very positive card to start the new year, and I'm actually quite excited about it. So we're going to kick the astrology report off for the year. And for those of you that might be new to the show and haven't seen my show before, I always start with the card of the week. I designed that set of Simply Tarot cards back in 2003. So they've been around for quite a while now, and they were based on the Rider-Waite set. And I always do a little astrological report, and I don't necessarily break it down by the 12 signs. What I do is I look at the transits or where the planets are moving to at this moment, just, you know, minutes before the show. I write up my report on my whiteboard of what I'm going to talk about astrologically. And then that way, that's the best, most up-to-the-minute forecast that I can give you, and I bring up the highlights of what it is, and I explain to you which signs are going to be affected and why. And, you know, it gives all of us a guideline of what's happening right at this second in the universe. I like to call it the Polaroid photograph of the universe. So the sun is still in Capricorn at the moment, so happy birthday to all the Capricorns. It'll still be there for a little while yet. So this is the time of the year where we start to put our focus, particularly after the new year, back into business, back into things that we want to achieve. You know, lots of people sort of put down their or say their New Year's resolutions, and they're very determined they're going to stick to them this year, and they do it with great gusto, and particularly with a glass of something bubbly in their hand at midnight. And look, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But I like to sort of look at sort of, you know, the year's got to be a work in progress. So let's kick it off right with the sun in Capricorn. Now, this will affect each and every of the 12 signs. It's not just for Capricorns. It's a time to get your affairs in order. It's a time to look at things that might need your attention. Have you got any outstanding accounts that need to be paid? Are there things that you maybe need to look at or change? Are you happy with the utility companies that you're using, the phone company, those sort of things? Are you happy with the company that you've got your insurance with? It might be time to shop around and try and get a better deal. And the same can be said for where we bank our finances too. You know, maybe it might be time to change banks. It's a time to really revise and look at all the things that are important in our lives and things that are important to us. And also make sure that you've got your medical appointments up to date, your dentist, doctors, those sort of things. It's a time to plan. It's a time to sort of put down the foundations for the next 12 months. Let's get a good plan happening. You know, sometimes people find it's a great time of the year to start a new budget, sit down and look at what finances you've got, what expenses you've got, and how you can sort of start to get on top of those bills that sometimes mount up too quickly. And for many of us, we overspend in the silly season, as we like to call it here in Australia. Over the holidays, festive season, for some reason or another, we all take our credit cards for a nice little drive down Rodeo Drive and spend far too much money. So it's now time we've got to look at how we're going to repay that. So it's a time to get ourselves organised. And yes, it's particularly more so for Capricorns because it's their birthday month. It's their time to shine. But for the rest of the 11 signs, we can sort of learn from this Capricorn energy about being able to get ourselves organised for the year. And it makes your life much easier to contend with the things that might come up during the year if you've got a plan of attack, if you're organised, if you've got a budget, if you know exactly, you know, when you've got medical appointments and things like that coming up, particularly if there's something that needs to be done periodically, not just your generalised trip to the doctor because you're feeling unwell, but you might have ongoing health issues that need attention. So let's plan them out. Let's get organised. Make 24 a year of where we're all organised, and that takes a little bit of stress off people. Then when something unexpected comes up, we know how we can shuffle things around them because we've got a plan. We've already got things in the plan and we know how to move forward. So the sun is actually trining, and a trining aspect in astrology means it's 120 degrees or approximately 120 to 127 degrees from one planet to another. So the sun is actually making a beautiful aspect or trining Uranus sitting in Taurus at the moment. So general rule of thumb is if it's one's in an earth sign, the second planet will be in an earth sign as well, because that's the 120 degree angle. So Uranus is the planet of the unusual and the unexpected. Now, this applies to all the 12 signs. It's a time now that we can start making some great inroads into the things that we want to bring into our life. Now, Uranus brings things of sudden. It can be like the bolt of lightning. It can bring things out of nowhere. So now is the time, if you've got anything on an official level, particularly if it's connected with work or finances or money, that you need to get sort of sorted out, or you want to apply for a new job, or you want to apply for a new loan, now is perfectly the time to do so. But make sure that you're very prepared. If you're going for a new job, make sure that you understand what the company's about, do some research so that you look intelligent and interested at the job interview, have a list of questions that you might want to ask, that you might want to ask about the job, you know, you might want to ask about the company, so that you look well organised and well informed, and that you are interested in the job. The same principle can be applied if you're going to apply for a bank loan. You might need a business loan or a personal loan. Make sure you go in there with the reasons why. This is how much money I earn. This is how much I've got left over at the end of the week to service the loan, and things like that. Sometimes just by being very prepared, particularly if you're going to have a face-to-face meeting, makes things a lot easier for the other person, and they get a comfortable feeling with you. I know a lot of things are done online these days, you know, particularly applying for loans, and I'm old-fashioned. I like the old, you know, face-to-face approach works for me. But, you know, that's the sign of the times. Things are changing and we have to work with those. But it's a year of being able to get organised for each and every one of us. So we also have Mercury, the planet of communication, finally has just gone direct on New Year's Day, and I can hear everybody breathing a sigh of relief. For those that don't understand what a Mercury retrograde is, Mercury goes backwards about 3 times a year, and when that happens, telephones break down, communication breaks down, we lose things don't arrive in the mail, people haven't got their listening ears on, it's not a great time to sign a contract because quite often the details are wrong. It's a time where we really need to be very, very alert about any form of communication. Now, we had that all over the Christmas holiday period, and it's nice to sort of say that we started the new year off with Mercury going direct again. It'll take a couple of days for the energy to sort of settle down and everything to sort of start to really ramp up and people get back to work and people start to get into the focus of, okay, it's a new year, we're getting back to work, we're starting to get back to business. But this is good because Mercury is sitting in Sagittarius. Now, when Mercury sits in Sagittarius, it means that we want to look at things in a much broader scope. For some people, there'll be more communication with people long distance or overseas. For a lot of us, it'll be about broadening our horizons in the way that we communicate. We might take up some new study or some new hobbies and start to really expand our mind out. Now, Mercury is actually holding hands or conjunct the planet Mars. Now, Mars is the planet that gets us out of bed of a morning. Mars is where our drive comes from. Some people call Mars the planet of war. I don't like to look at it in that way. I just look at Mars as the motivation of why we get out of bed and why we do things, and gives us that oomph to get up off the couch and sort of say, right, I'm going to do something with my life. Now, with Mercury holding hands or conjunct Mars, this is the perfect time if you want to go and get something off your chest, particularly if it's something that's been troubling you for a while. Now that Mercury is going direct, people have got their listening ears on. It's a time to sort of slowly start to ramp things up, to sort of move things into higher gear. And particularly it's a time if you want to look at new advertising campaigns, if you're in business, things like that. The ideas are going to be flowing thick and fast. People are going to be coming up with some innovative, brilliant new ideas. It's like everybody's coming into 2024 feeling very, very fresh, very refreshed up. You know, I think over the last few years where, you know, the world went through COVID and we went through the aftermath of COVID, it's like that's now well and truly in the rear vision mirror. And we can all just focus on getting on with life again and getting on with life in a positive, dynamic sort of way again that we can move forward. And that's great. Now, for those that are single, that are looking for a new relationship, Venus, the planet of love and affection, is sitting in Sagittarius. Now, this is the time to get out of your comfort zone, everybody. Get out and about. Do something different. Take a trip. Do something different. You know, if you don't normally go, you know, and join a club, it might be the time to join a club. It's time to step out of your comfort zone. You're not going to meet somebody by sitting on the couch. I know it's very prevalent these days that a lot of people sort of go onto dating apps and things like that to meet somebody. There's nothing wrong with that, but what I'm suggesting to you is broaden your horizons. You know, if that's the only way that you normally try and meet somebody, well, then try and take up a new hobby. Do something different. Join a bushwalking class or, you know, a walking group, or take up 10-pin bowling, or, you know, do things that where there's a mixture of, you know, there's male and females, not just everybody. You know, if you're a female that there's just not all females and you want to attract a man, well, then you don't take up, you know, sewing classes. There's not going to be too many men in the sewing classes, but you take up things where both sexes are sort of attending, and that way you've got more of a chance to meet somebody new and to broaden your horizons. It's a time to take a little bit of an adventure. Step out of that comfort zone, you know, take up something that's going to not only exercise your mind, but exercise your body and give you the opportunity to meet some like-minded souls. We have Pluto has been sitting in Capricorn now since 2008. Pluto will come to the end of his reign in Capricorn approximately the 20th of January or January 20, when he will then move into Aquarius for a very, very long stint there. Now, I want to focus on the tail end of Pluto in Capricorn. I've been banging on about this as long as I've been on the show, that it's a really, really important thing, because in anytime something's in Capricorn, it means it's official, it's government, it's something that we can't ignore. It's something that we need to give attention to, that we need to give it our full attention. Now, Pluto's role is to, some people associate it with the underworld. Yes, it can be that. But Pluto's role is to bring out what's been hidden, is to bring it to the surface and say, okay, you have the opportunity now to transform this. And, you know, the things that rule, that Capricorn rules is big business, government, things like that. But it also rules things like global warming and, you know, things that we need to sort of pay attention to. And I've been going on a lot on this show about, you know, we can all do our small step in helping the environment. Whether you believe in global warming or not, that's not the argument here. But if each and every one of us take a little bit more responsibility and recycle and sort of say no to extra packaging and plastics and things like that that we don't need, go back to some basic things like, getting our shopping in a paper bag instead of a plastic bag, and, cutting down things like drinking straws and go back to something that we can wash and reuse, or back to paper straws. Things like every little bit helps. And it helps with global warming. It helps, there's weather events happening constantly around the world. And it's, they keep saying the 1 in 100-year flood, the 1 in the 100-year this, the 1 in the 100-year that. We here in Australia, and I live on the Gold Coast, we were told back in November we were going to go into one of the biggest droughts we've ever seen. So we all braced ourselves and thought, okay, we're going to have to re-educate ourselves at when we water the garden. Well, let me assure you, the Weather Bureau couldn't have been more wrong, because from Christmas Eve onwards, we've had the most rain we've had in a very, very long time. We've been fighting storms here every single day. A lot of places around me have had no power for nearly 2 weeks now, and we've had rain, 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 rain. So, the weather bureaus and that don't always get things right. But what I'm saying is Mother Nature is ramping things up, and we all have to start to do something about it. So let's sort of make that as part of our New Year's resolution, that we're all going to try to be a little bit more conscious of the environment. So, we've still got Neptune sitting in Pisces, which is great for all the creatives. It doesn't matter what your star sign is. This is a very, very creative year. Let's not waste it. Let's make the most that we can of 2024. So we're going to take our first caller, which is Janine in Green Bay in Wisconsin. There, sweetie. Do you have a question?
Hello.
I can answer?
Yeah.
Janine.
So I would like to know, can you hear me?
Yes, certainly, Janine. Can I help you with a question?
Yes, I have a couple of questions, actually. So I want to contact my ancestors, and I want to find out if I am truly a healer and if I have magical gifts. And then I want to know, if I do, what is the biggest thing that I need to focus on this year that will make the biggest impact in my life for the better?
Okay, Janine. All right, first things first, I don't need to necessarily contact your ancestors to tell you that you are a healer. We all have some psychic ability or some sort of healing ability. It's a matter of whether or not we want to acknowledge it and we want to develop it. Now, that's the first thing that you have to understand, is we all have that. It's like anything. Practice makes perfect. But for some of us, it's a more natural sort of pull towards something like that. And that's what I feel that you're feeling. You're sort of questioning or not, has it come down the genetic lines of my ancestors that I'm meant to be doing something along this line? I feel the calling, I feel the pull. And that's a good thing. It doesn't necessarily mean that they have to chirp in and say, yes, 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 Janine, you're definitely that, or definitely should do this or that or the other. What their role is to help you along the way. And to help you along the way, in not so much as a way of turning up and sort of showing you a sign or moving a photograph to say, okay, Janine, when I move the photograph to the right, that means you've got to take up Reiki. It's not that. It's they're going to help you as you sleep of a night. They'll put ideas into your mind. They'll give you encouragement. They'll sort of help boost up that healing sort of energy. What I'm being shown is I don't know that there's necessarily one particular strain or version of healing that you need to follow. I think what you're going to do is end up with a number of things in your toolkit that will then become your swan song, your signature. It'll be a combination of things. What I keep being shown is fingertips. Now, a lot of people associate fingertips with things like massage, reflexology, those sort of hands-on things. I felt it wasn't that. I felt the magic or the energy, the healing energy is coming through your fingertips in maybe another form. Now, whether that sort of takes on Reiki or whether it takes on hot stones or whatever the case may be, it's not for me to sit here and say you must definitely follow this path. I want you to follow what you're drawn to. What jumps out at you as being exciting, interesting, what excites you. And it may not necessarily be one of the mainstream considered, acceptable sort of forms of healing. That's where you start. It's not necessarily where you start, and it's not where you finish. It's what you gather along the way. And you have a very strong psychic ability as well, Janine, which most people tend to take that and sort of say, well, that's not a healing energy. Well, that's not correct. The two go hand in hand. And quite often by somebody having a psychic reading, they're actually getting a healing as well, because we're healing their emotions, or we're healing the things that are troubling them. And that then transfers to the physical body and starts to let things sort of settle down and start to heal themselves. I wouldn't like to put a label on it for you. I want you to sort of just go to what you're drawn to. Have you been drawn to something that a lot of people would say, what's that?
Oh, a lot. Everything.
Good. That's where I want you to go.
Yeah, that's where I'm at. I have a whole kitchen full of ideas and things that I've already gotten into. I was just wondering if there's a line I should focus on more than one, or develop my psychic abilities more. And how can I develop my psychic abilities more?
Yeah, I think it's a whole package. I think by being disciplined and developing your psychic abilities, and when I say that, it doesn't necessarily have to be formal study. It can be learning to read tarot cards, even if it's just for yourself. It's a matter of that point of focus of being able to switch it on, switch it off, and to be able to release the energy at the end of the time so that it's not staying connected to you. I just felt it was going to be your psychic ability would lead you to where you need to go. And I feel that you're going to be attracted to what I feel is a number of different energies. And that's where you're going to make up your own unique, we're not going to put a label on it just like Reiki. Somebody's going to come and have a session with you, and that might involve a reading plus a healing plus here, take home a bag of herbs. So unfortunately, Janine, that's where I've got to leave it. I've only got a limited time on the show. I wish you well with it. I know you're going to do very, very well, and just follow what your gut tells you to do. You won't go wrong. We're going to talk with Tiffany now in Darlingford in Manabota in Canada. Are you there, Tiffany? Happy New Year, Tiffany.
Yes, I am. Happy New Year.
Question I can answer for you, Squiddy?
Just wondered anything about like career, money, anything with life.
Okay, that's a great start to the year. Career and money. I like that start to the year. Look, I know love's important too, but so does finances. Finances make the world go round and make our lives a little bit easier. They are showing me that there's going to be a change of job. So have you been working towards studying or building up some skills towards a change in a job that should come in around March?
No, I've just been a stay-at-home mom for the last 4 years.
Well, there's nothing. Don't apologise for being a stay-at-home mum. That's the greatest job on earth. It's the one that doesn't pay very much, but it's the greatest job on earth. You get paid in kisses and hugs from your children, and that's very important.
Yeah.
But I do feel that you are going to be going back to something, but I did feel as if there was some study or some learning first, and they were showing me March, so I just assumed maybe you were going back to work in March, but I don't feel it's going to be full-time. I think it's going to be part-time, and part of it I felt could be done remotely, could be done from home. It was sort of like a combination of going into a commercial building, but also part of it working from home as well. So does that fit in with what you maybe had in the back of your mind that you might be able to do?
Yeah. Yep.
Good, because I don't want to take away from your mum role, because that to me is the greatest job on earth. And I think, but now I think you're ready to take on something more for you. It's like Tiffany needs something. I need something for me that's just mine. And, but doing a little bit of part-time work, I think, will help that. It's interesting because they're showing me in the second half of the year, Tiffany, from about August on, you're going to bring something else into the equation, which I'm going to say, yes, you'll retain your little part-time role that you're going to do from home and go into work maybe one day a week, but there's something else that's coming in that's going to be more like a hobby, and it's going to start out as a hobby, and you show it to a few friends and family members and whatever, and they say, oh, I'd like one of them and I'd like one of them. And before you know it, this little hobby that you started for just something purely for you ends up becoming quite a nice little sideline business, a sidekick, that you're sort of starting to make money out of that. And I think by this time next year, when we get into the early part of 2025, you'll be sitting there and sort of saying, well, this thing that started out as a hobby in August has grown that fast, it may very well end up being my primary source of income, that in time to come, I might have to look at giving up my actual real job and just focus on this. So I just want you to remain open. It's going to be a very exciting year. It's a good year. And I think there's going to be lots of ideas that are going to be flowing towards you. You've got a lot more energy going into this year than you did last year. So that's a good thing too. So whatever you've been doing or whatever changes you've made, you know, in your eating regime or your exercise or sleeping habits or whatever, keep it up, because it's really starting to pay dividends now, because everything's starting to sort of come together. Is there going to be some changes? What, sweetie?
We actually just moved, so it's been very stressful. Right. So I'm hoping it's coming to that.
Okay, good, because I was just going to ask you, were you making some changes to where you're living? Because I just felt everything, there was still a few little changes or modifications there. Well, that makes sense if you've only just moved, and it's always very stressful when you move. It's you know, one of the biggest stresses in life. So that'll take a little bit of time to get it exactly how you want it, but I feel very comfortable where you are. I feel like it fits you like a glove and, you know, suits the family, and that's good.
That's good.
It's going to be a good move. It's a positive thing, even though, you know, you still feel sort of worn out from it and there's still a lot of things to do. But once everything sort of settles down and you regain your energy, and they're still showing me you're going into this year with much, much more energy than what you did last year. So that's a good thing. So I can only say that, you know, keep going, Tiffany, because I think you're really right on cue for where you need to be this year. And is your husband sort of happy with the type of work that he's doing?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, there could very well be an opportunity there for a promotion for him from about September onwards, but it's sort of going to take him a little bit by surprise. He wasn't expecting it, and, you know, he sort of comes home and, you know, you think he'd be jumping from the ceiling with joy for it, and he's sort of like, oh, well, I don't even know whether I want it. Well, you know, sometimes we don't always have to take what's offered to us, but I think you need to sit him down and talk to him about it and talk him through it. I think it's just, it was so unexpected. He wasn't expecting it, so it was like it took him a bit by surprise. Anyway, Tiffany, that's where we're going to leave it now. We've come to the end of the show. It's really quickly how the shows fly by. Half an hour goes very, very quickly each week. And for those of you that are regular viewers on the show, you'll know that I always leave you with a song of the week, something that either been driving me nuts or something I've been playing or has some sort of significance to this time of the year. And for this time of the year for me is always a bittersweet time. It was a time of the year when I lost my husband many, many years ago, my children's father. And this week I want to leave you with his favourite song. That he wasn't a big music person like I was, and I was really surprised when he came home one day with a record under his arm and said, you know, put this on the whirligig machine. He didn't even know it was called the stereo. He said, there's a song there I want you to listen to. He said, because this is how I feel about you. And my husband used to go away to work a lot. And it was a song by Leo Sayer, and it's called When I Need You. So I'm sure there's plenty of people that can associate with this song that, you know, their loved ones are away or they're missing them or they've passed over or, you know, might live in a different part of the world for many reasons, whether it's work or health. So I'll leave you with that beautiful song with Leo Sayer from England, who now lives in Australia, and we've adopted him here as one of our own, When I Need You. So until next week, Happy New Year, and may this year bring you all the peace and joy and love and wealth that you can imagine. Bye for now.
For watching Moonstruck. And now back to A1R on the air. Psychic Talk Radio now on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites. sides, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall's Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall, psychic all the way from the Gold Coast. Isn't it getting exciting? Can't you feel that the magic in the air and Santa's coming and the children are sort of starting to become wide-eyed and trying to be on their best behaviour because after all, Santa is watching. Even us adults, Santa is watching. So we all need to be on